Chapter 3770. Ling Han and Tang Yen left the hostage residence and went to the competition venue. Tang Yen had already registered for him earlier. Thus, Ling Han only needed to report his name and check his cultivation level before the competition could begin. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Empire was a cult masterclass force, but there was a supremacy overseeing it in secret. In a certain sense, it could even be compared with the Gold Origin Sacred Land. The difference was that the Azure Dragon Empire had too few supremacies, only one. Furthermore, they didn't have a saint artifact overseeing it and couldn't be immortal. Look, which force would dare to invade a sacred land? Regardless of whether there was a saint overseeing it, a sacred land was always so high up and inviolable. This was the foundation. The Azure Dragon Empire was powerful enough. Not only did the various subsidiary planets send their important figures over to congratulate them, but even many forces from other star regions sent their envoys over. The Shadow Moon Empire also paused their invasion and even sent their envoys over. On the surface, it was obviously for the birthday, but in reality, it was to find out the situation of the Azure Dragon Empire's supremacy, how serious his injuries were, and how much combat strength he had left. If this supremacy was already at his limit, then the Shadow Moon Empire would increase their offensive after they returned and annex more of the Azure Dragon Empire's resource stars. Don't think that there were 9 days for the selection. In reality, there were too many people participating, and they all wanted to show their faces in front of Meng Yonghua. Thus, the competition was still very intense, and there were too many people who had to be eliminated. The first round was a group fight, and 90% of the people would be eliminated. The rules were very simple. 10 people would form a group, and only one person would be able to walk out. Once the competition started, Ling Han pounced out like a ferocious tiger. I.O. Tang Yen couldn't help but hold his forehead. You're an alchemist, why do you have to be so fierce? Can't you keep a low profile and let others fight to the death? Finally, you can take advantage of the situation. Now that you're the first one to rush out, you've naturally become the bird that sticks out. Who else should they hit if not you? As expected, the other 9 people were originally on guard against each other, and no one dared to act rashly. However, once Ling Han rushed out like this, he naturally became the target for everyone. Everyone attacked one after another, blasting at Ling Han. Ling Han laughed heartily, and with a sweep of his leg, peng peng peng, the force swept past, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The 9 people were all kicked away, like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, falling from the sky. Not a single one of them was able to get up. It was just one leg, and everything was settled. Damn, Tang Yen couldn't help but stare. If it was him, even if he suppressed his cultivation level to the extreme foundational realm, he would still be able to defeat all 9 of them easily. After all, with so many foundational realm cultivators participating, how many geniuses could there be? But Ling Han was different. He was an alchemist, and he was destined to become a high-grade Earth-grade Grandmaster in the future. How could it be possible for someone to have both dazzling talent in the Tao of alchemy and sparkling brilliance in the martial art? He realized that he had underestimated Ling Han's value. After Ling Han won, he had about 10 minutes to rest before starting the next battle. This time, it was not a group fight, but a one-on-one fight. His opponent had also just emerged from the 10-man battle. Tang Yen was no longer worried, and he just watched quietly. As expected, Ling Han was invincible, and no one was his match at all. Usually, he would finish off his opponent in 5 or 6 moves, and even the most troublesome opponent would not be able to withstand 10 moves from him. This was Ling Han purposely going easy. Otherwise, if he went all out, it was estimated that only about 1,000 foundational realm cultivators in the entire star web would be able to withstand 1 move from him, and 100 people would be able to withstand 10 moves from him. Only about 10 people would be able to truly compete with him. But Ling Han believed that he would definitely be the one to win in the end. After the day's battles, Tang Yen did not send Ling Han back to the hostage manor, but to his lord manor. As the little lord, he had his own manor. Although it was far from being comparable to the Tang family, it still occupied a large area and was dazzling with gold. "It's fine if you don't go back," Ling Han said with a smile. "It's fine, I don't believe that Meng Shuchang would dare to come to my place to ask for him," Tang Yen said domineeringly. He had already sent people to inform the Jia Yuanfu that Ling Han would be a guest at his manor tonight. On the second day, after Ling Han finished cultivating, he began to battle again. Sweep, sweep, sweep. No one was a match for Ling Han, even if as time passed, the opponents he met became more and more powerful. 9 days passed in a flash, and Ling Han also stood out and became one of the contestants in the finals. And his opponent was Wang Yifei. "You will meet your opponent tomorrow," Tang Yen said with a serious expression. Tang Yen said solemnly, "This Wang Yifei is not simple. Although he doesn't have an innate divine body, he has fused with the remains of an ancient almighty. His combat power is rather terrifying and is at least comparable to a 6th-rate divine body. Also, he has been suppressing his realm and did not break through. He wants to become famous in one battle at Her Majesty's birthday banquet and soar into the sky. Although the Wang family is only a true self-realm force, they have clearly prepared for this day for a long time. Even if I appear, they will not give me face." Ling Han smiled. "It's fine. I am worried that the opponent is not strong enough. That would be so boring." Tang Yen was speechless. After a while, he said, "That guy has been stuck at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm for at least 30 years. It is not that he does not have the ability to break through, but that he has been suppressing it. Moreover, the Wang family must have been preparing for this since 50 years ago, so they must have prepared many powerful artifacts for Wang Yifei. Also, the recordings of your battles these past few days must have been thoroughly studied by them." Ling Han could not help but laugh. He had been fighting casually these past few days because his opponents were too weak. He did not need to go all out. "You still have the mood to laugh?" Tang Yen shook his head. "Her Majesty is very competitive. In his eyes, second place is bullshit. Only the winner is worthy of praise. Therefore, even if you fought hard all the way to the finals, losing is still bullshit." Ling Han patted Tang Yan's shoulder. "I said don't worry. Don't worry. It will be fine. Trust me." Tang Yen thought about it. "Wait for me. I will go back to the family and see if I can find 2 powerful secret treasures for you." He left as soon as he said he would, in a hurry. At midnight, Tang Yen finally returned and stuffed a sword and a cloak into Ling Han's hands. "This is the star-shattering sword. It is extremely sharp. After you activate it with your secret power, you will be able to release a sharp sword aura that is also indestructible." Tang Yen introduced it to him. "Also, this is the Blood Moon Cloak. It was personally refined by the Tang family's elder ancestor. It can activate the Blood Moon Shield. Even a cast tripod realm martial artist will need some time to break it. However, the Blood Moon Cloak needs to be infused with power first. It can only activate the shield twice at most. Take it easy." Ling Han did not need these 2 treasures at all, but since Tang Yen was so kind, he did not want to refuse. He accepted it and said, "Okay." Chapter 3772. Everyone hissed. This guy was too cowardly. The battle hadn't even begun and he was already showing weakness. Everyone hissed. This guy was too cowardly. The battle hadn't even begun and he was already showing weakness. On the high platform, Meng Yonghua also revealed a displeased expression. He had been an iron-blooded killer all his life and hated this kind of spineless people the most. Moreover, this guy was actually a coward at his birthday banquet, which made him want to kill him. Ling Han said slowly, "I'm afraid I'll go all out and accidentally kill you." Everyone was stunned and then burst into laughter. This was too funny. It turned out that this guy wasn't a coward but had buried a burden. Meng Yonghua also revealed a smile and said to the person beside him, "Young people nowadays are quite interesting." The person beside him was Tang Lei, the current leader of the Tang clan and Tang Yan's grandfather. To be able to sit next to Meng Yonghua at this time, the Tang clan and Tang Lei were clearly favored. Your Majesty is right. Tang Lei smiled, but in his heart, he was ridiculing. Who was it just now that said that after the battle, he would drag Ling Han out and kill him? Below, Wang Yefei revealed a cold expression. This guy actually dared to steal his limelight. The Wang clan and him, how long had they prepared for today's battle, and how much had he suffered for it? He should be the only star and monopolize everyone's attention. Damned guy, he said in a low voice. Xiao, his figure flashed and he charged toward Ling Han. This detestable guy, die. He gave up on the idea of feigning an appearance that the two of them were evenly matched. Only after he had captured everyone's attention did he defeat Ling Han. Boom, his entire body emitted blazing light, and a large number of symbols bloomed. Some were complete, some were broken, but the strange thing was that the broken symbols looked even more terrifying than the complete symbols, full of shocking destructive power. On the platform, Meng Yonghua also nodded. This kid from the Wang clan is quite diligent. It's not easy to cultivate such battle prowess at the foundational stage. Hee, Your Majesty, you praise him too much. Tang Lei laughed. If it was you in the past, you would be 100 times stronger than this kid from the Wang clan. Meng Yonghua couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. This flattery was very satisfying. Boom, Wang Yefei's attack arrived. Ling Han smiled calmly, and casually threw out a punch to meet the incoming attack. He didn't need to use any immortal techniques, he just used the most ordinary and simple punch. Peng, Wang Yefei was instantly sent flying back at an even faster speed than when he had arrived. Moreover, a large number of symbols exploded one after another, as if they had been lit up with fireworks. At first, the whole place was filled with cheering for Wang Yefei. After all, he was a genuine citizen of the imperial capital, and Ling Han was only a hostage from another planet. Thus, when they saw this scene, everyone's mouths were half open, and they were completely dumbfounded. That was Wang Yefei. He was actually sent flying by a single punch. One had to know that Ling Han did not seem to have used any sort of immortal art. Just a simple punch was enough to send Wang Yefei flying. How could anyone accept this? You. Wang Yefei turned around and steadied himself. He glared fiercely at Ling Han, revealing an expression of intense anger. He hadn't been injured by this blow, but it was even more unbearable than if he had been seriously injured. Under the gazes of the crowd, especially with Meng Yonghua watching from above, he had been sent flying with a single punch, completely embarrassing himself. How embarrassing. You deserve to die, he roared loudly, and directly drew out his trump card. A white jade bottle had already appeared in his hand. Immortal fallen silver bottle. Xiao, he only felt his vision blur, and then he saw that Ling Han was already standing in front of him. He paled in shock, and was just about to draw out the bottle to store Ling Han away, but he felt that his hand was empty. Where's the bottle? How do I use this? Ling Han asked Wang Yefei as he fiddled with the immortal fallen silver bottle that he had just stolen. Fuck, when was it taken away? Wang Yefei paled in shock. The treasure in his hand had actually been taken away by someone, and he hadn't even realized it. Just how great was the gap between their strength? How was this possible? He had made so many preparations for today, and he had not let him down in the final battle. How could he have encountered such a freak? On the viewing platform, everyone was also stunned. Why did it feel like Wang Yefei was like a child in front of Ling Han? He wasn't a match for him at all. He had been sent flying with a single punch, and his treasure had been taken away with a single grab. How could he fight back? Give it back to me. Wang Yefei shouted loudly. I can hear you, but you don't have to be so loud. Ling Han smiled as he continued to fiddle with the bottle. Store. Wang Yefei revealed a sinister expression. Did Ling Han think that this bottle could only be used in his hands? No, He had long since fused a strand of his divine sense into the bottle, so he could activate it with a single thought. Instantly, a wave of light surged out of the bottle, enveloping Ling Han. Wang Yifei laughed loudly. As long as he was enveloped by this light, he would be sucked into the bottle. There were terrifying interweaving formation patterns that could directly melt him into a puddle of blood. What are you laughing at? Ling Han's voice traveled over. Child, are you stupid? Why are you laughing for no reason at all? What? Wang Yifei revealed a horrified expression. Why hadn't Ling Han been sucked into the bottle? You really disappoint me. Ling Han shook his head. Pa. He squeezed hard, and the bottle was forcefully smashed into pieces. This wasn't even close to the power of a casting cauldron. It was at most equivalent to a 4-star Foundation Establishment realm martial artist. 4-star combat strength was already very impressive, which was why Tang Yen said that this was the power of a casting cauldron. There were only a handful of 4-star geniuses in the Azure Dragon Empire. Is there anything else? Ling Han casually threw the broken pieces of the bottle on the ground while looking at Wang Yifei with anticipation. What kind of mockery was this? Wang Yifei roared out and took a few steps back, pulling an absolute distance away from Ling Han. He then took out a fan and poured his mystic force into it, causing it to immediately emit a black light. He raised his hand and wanted to fan at Ling Han. Who would have thought that there would be a blur in front of him, and another person would appear? You! His heart surged with an ominous feeling. As expected, the fan in his hand was gone. This shouldn't be difficult to use, right? Ling Han also poured in his mystic force, and the fan that had just dimmed immediately lit up again. Then, he lightly fanned at Wang Yifei. Peng, Wang Yifei was sent flying again. The strong wind turned into numerous small blades that sliced at Wang Yifei's body. In an instant, his clothes were all turned into shreds, and there were also innumerable wounds on his body. Thankfully, because of these wounds, his body was covered in blood, and some important parts were blocked. Yo, this fan is quite powerful. Ling Han put the fan away. He didn't need it, but he could leave it for the Empress, Hunyo, and the others. Is there anything else? He asked again. Give it back to me. Wang Yifei's face turned green. Do you think I'm a boy who gives away money? He charged over without any regard for anything. There were patterns on his body that were glowing, making him look like a demon god. Chapter 3773. A Beautiful Romance. Yifei has cultivated to the 4th level of the blood god Dao. An old man in the stands exclaimed in surprise. He was the head of the Wang family, Wang Haowen. His face was originally as dark as black water, but after seeing this scene, it suddenly blossomed with joy. The Wang family was neither strong nor weak on Moonlight Planet, and there had been no improvement for tens of thousands of years. When it came to Wang Haowen's generation, he worked hard to change the situation, and when Wang Yifei was born, he felt that his dream could be realized. Wang Yifei had amazing talent in martial art and endless potential. For him, the Wang family had paid an unknown price, almost going bankrupt, to obtain the bone of an ancient powerhouse, and then asked an almighty to fuse the bone with Wang Yifei, making it a part of him. Such a huge price was not in vain. Wang Yifei had perfectly fused with the bone and obtained a secret technique called the Blood God Dao, which was the immortal technique cultivated by the original owner of the bone. The Blood God Dao had a total of 36 levels, and with each level mastered, one's battle prowess would double or even more. But even with Wang Yifei's amazing talent in martial art, he had only mastered the first 3 levels after so many years. And for cultivating the Blood God Dao, cultivating the first 4 levels in Foundation Establishment was the most perfect. The reason why Wang Yifei hadn't broken through to the Cast Cauldron realm was because of the competition this time, and also because he hadn't cultivated to the 4th level of the Blood God Dao. Of course, he definitely couldn't say the latter to others. Now, Wang Yifei had actually broken through and cultivated to the 4th level of the Blood God Dao. This not only gave him hope of turning the tables, but also allowed him to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. With this double happiness, Wang Haowen was definitely overjoyed. He looked at Ling Han coldly. This kid was dead for sure. In the arena, Wang Yefei was also stunned. He had broken through in his rage, and even he didn't realize it. When he suddenly reacted, he even stopped attacking. Boom, the power in his body surged, making him feel unbelievably powerful. Ling Han, Ling Ri, they were all slapped to death with a single slap. Humph, I really have to thank you, Wang Yefei said indifferently. Now, he felt that everything was back in his control. Ling Han smiled. You keep giving me gifts, and you even want to thank me. Child, you must have been hit in the head. I'm sorry. You can be stubborn now, but when I dismember you piece by piece, you will regret it. Wang Yefei roared. He grabbed his left wrist with his right hand and suddenly pulled. His entire left hand, including the bones in his arm, was pulled out by him. Strangely, there was not a single trace of blood spurting out from the broken wrist. Moreover, the bone was as white as jade and strangely shaped like a sword. Not only was it longer than a normal small bone, but it was also longer. This was the bone of a powerhouse that he had fused with. After so many years, he had actually cultivated it into a ritual implement. Moreover, it had completely fused with his body and became his life ritual implement. It was much easier to use than ordinary ritual implements. This is the blood bone sword. I refined it with my own essence blood. No one has ever seen it before. Wang Yefei said proudly, you are the first person to see it, and also the first person to have your blood drunk by it. Ling Han sighed. You really have a screw loose. There are at least tens of thousands of people here. Could it be that they all saw this sword at the same time? It's not just the two of us. Sai, your intelligence is worrying. Wang Yefei was exasperated. At this time, Ling Han still wanted to be so talkative. He gritted his teeth and said, when the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece, I hope you can still be so talkative. He raised the blood bone sword high up. Black chi surged out of his body and boiled, making him look like a demon god. Ling Han smiled. So close, so far away, he instantly appeared in front of Wang Yefei. Then, he gently reached out and grabbed the blood bone sword. Wang Yefei was stunned. How did the sword get snatched? How did you freaking get so fast? I've already broken through during the battle and reached the 4th level of the blood god Dao. My power has increased by a shocking amount. Why didn't I even see how Ling Han got close and attacked? Disgusting. Ling Han wanted to study the bone sword, but the hilt was actually a hand, and the fingers were still moving, desperately trying to break free. This made Ling Han feel extremely disgusted. Pa, he flung the bone sword out. Everyone's faces twitched when they saw this. They felt an indescribable pain in the balls. At this moment, Wang Yefei must have 10,000 curses running through his heart. He had clearly used his ultimate move and was about to explode, but in the end, in front of Ling Han, it was like child's play. This was not a confrontation on the same level at all. It was like an aggressive child taking out all kinds of toy weapons to threaten an adult. But in the eyes of the adult, this was just playing house, a joke. Shouldn't the finals be evenly matched and extremely exciting? Why was it so one-sided now? In the stands, Wang Haowen looked like he had eaten a fly. He was extremely uncomfortable. If he could, he would definitely rush into the arena and tear Ling Han apart. How could this be? Their Wang clan had invested so many resources in Wang Yefei, but in the end, he couldn't even be called a match for Ling Han. He had become a complete joke. This was not because Wang Yefei was weak, but because Ling Han was freakishly strong. How could there be such a monster in the world? Were the heavens trying to stop the rise of the Wang clan? Wang Yefei roared, and even took out his immortal foundation. It was a square silver stone with ancient patterns on it. He used the immortal foundation to smash toward Ling Han, his expression solemn. The Immortal Foundation was the core of Foundation establishment. Once it was damaged, the martial artists' cultivation level would also fall, and they might even be slashed back to the mortal realm. Thus, taking out the Immortal Foundation to fight was also a martial artist's last resort. Ling Han coldly punched out, landing a punch on the Immortal Foundation. Peng, the Immortal Foundation was instantly sent flying. Wang Yifei also seemed to be heavily injured, his face extremely pale. He was one with the Immortal Foundation. Without even looking, it was obvious that a few cracks had already appeared on the Immortal Foundation. What a terrifying fist force. The firmness of the Immortal Foundation was comparable to the Immortal Foundation of the same level. Ling Han's fist could cause cracks to appear on the Immortal Foundation. What kind of terrifying strength was this? What kind of terrifying firmness was this? He gritted his teeth, summoned the Immortal Foundation back, and attacked Ling Han again. He lived his entire life for this day. If he couldn't become number one, then he would rather die a tragic death. Ling Han secretly shook his head. He somewhat admired Wang Yifei's determination, but to actually build one's life on someone else's praise, this was too stupid. Moreover, Wang Yifei wasn't a good person. He kept saying that he would kill him and cut off his flesh, so he couldn't sympathize with him at all. He punched again, adding a bit more force. Peng, Wang Yifei and his Immortal Foundation were sent flying. This time, he could no longer get up. Chapter 3774. A beautiful romance. Such an exciting battle, too exciting. The MC shouted, "Now, the first winner of the day has finally appeared, and that is Ling Han." Following his hysterical roar, thunderous cheers echoed from the spectators' stand. Ling Han's performance is excellent, and we are pleased. We shall confer him the title of Red Commandant, serving in the Sky Martial Mansion. An extremely loud voice echoed from the spectators' stand. It was the Azure Dragon Empire's emperor, Meng Yonghua. Ling Han's mouth curled up into a smile. He was conferred the title of Commandant and serving in the imperial household. Naturally, he had a reason to leave the hostage residence. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." On the spectators' stand, Meng Yonghua revealed a smear of displeasure. Tang Lei, who was at the side, quickly said, "Your Majesty, the Black North nation is primitive and uncivilized. When the citizens see the emperor, they all have to bow with cupped hands." Meng Yonghua finally understood and laughed, as expected of a citizen outside of civilization. In the future, the Black North nation will be able to bathe in the imperial grace of our empire. It will definitely be gradually civilized and not so primitive. Tang Lei laughed. He knew that Tang Yen and Ling Han were on good terms, and Ling Han was indeed worth befriending. Thus, he repeatedly helped Ling Han get out of trouble. Ha ha ha. Meng Yonghua laughed loudly and appeared to be very happy. On the spectators' stand, there were people who were shouting excitedly, but there were also people who were extremely disappointed. They were betting on how long Wang Yifei would take to win in the underground gambling house. They didn't expect that not only did Wang Yifei not win, but he also lost so miserably. There was also Ge Shuang, whose face was so black that it was about to drip water. He originally hoped that Wang Yifei would kill Ling Han and take revenge for him, but who would have thought that Wang Yifei would be so weak? What number one Foundation establishment realm expert? Simply bullshit. On the imperial seats, Meng Yanqing's expression was also very unpleasant. He naturally recognized Ling Han. Back then, in order to fight for the Buddha race's opportunity, he fought with Ling Han and was nearly killed. Had it not been for his subordinates who desperately blocked for him, he would already be dead. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he was the one who sucked the servants dry of their mystic power. This kid is really audacious. He actually dares to come here. He couldn't wait to go down and kill Ling Han, but what kind of place was this? Moreover, Ling Han had been personally conferred the title of nobility by Meng Yonghua. If he dared to make a move, losing the right to be the heir was a small matter. If it was serious, he might even be sentenced to death. With Meng Yonghua's temperamental nature, this was not impossible. Therefore, he could only endure it for now. However, since he had discovered Ling Han, he would not let Ling Han have an easy time in the following days, until he died. This battle had ended, but Meng Yonghua's birthday banquet naturally wasn't held. There was still the final battle of the caste tripod realm and the activities of the envoys from the various kingdoms. In short, it would at least last until midnight. Ling Han was fine, so he returned to the lounge. After a long time, Tang Yen finally came to find him. "I didn't know you were so strong." He punched Ling Han's chest. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was worried for so long." Ling Han laughed heartily. "I kept telling you not to worry, but you just had to worry blindly." Fine. It is my fault, okay?" Tang Yen laughed. His mood was also very good. Ling Han obtained first place and was even conferred an official position by the emperor. Would the imperial clan residents still dare to control Ling Han now? "You are going to take up your official post tomorrow. Do you need me to send you off?" he asked. Ling Han shook his head. "You, the young marquis, are not an idle person, so I will not trouble you with everything." "All right, I will look for you for tea later." Tang Yen nodded. Since Ling Han was already out of the hostage residence and was a free man, it was easy for him to meet up. After the birthday banquet ended, Ling Han returned to the hostage residence. Just as he entered the door, he saw many people congratulating him. It turned out that the news of him being conferred an official by Meng Yonghua had already spread throughout the imperial capital. Even this hostage residence wasn't an exception. Awesome. Look, everyone was still a hostage, but Ling Han had already been conferred an official position by the current emperor. The difference was as great as the heavens. This kind of person must be on good terms. Not mentioning anything else, it would be good to have a few more days of freedom. On the contrary, the expressions of Lu Xuanyu and the others were ugly. They wished they could skin Ling Han alive. How could they have imagined that even the imperial clan residents could not stop Ling Han's rise? Now, they could only sit and watch Ling Han become stronger and stronger. An alchemy genius who could refine the foundation transformation pill, his future prospects were limitless. Ling Han swept his gaze over these few people. He did not even deign to stay. How could he treat these few people as his opponents? He stayed for a night. In the morning of the second day, he first cultivated for a while. Then, he walked out proudly. Lord Ling, the guards at the door naturally would not stop him. Instead, they greeted him in a fawning manner. This young man was really too incredible. Only how many days had it been, and he had already walked out of the hostage residence. In the future, he might even be conferred the title of Marquis. Ling Han smiled faintly and left with large strides. Behind him, Lu Xuanyu, Zhao Shao, Han Bing, and Tan Jingjie were all staring at him. Their expressions were so cold that it was about to drip water. "What do we do? Are we just going to watch as he grows stronger?" Tan Jingjie said unwillingly. "If you have the ability, go assassinate him at night and perish together with him," Han Bing said sarcastically. "Didn't you always say that you would sacrifice your life for Sister Lu? Isn't this an extremely good opportunity?" Tan Jingjie's face immediately fell. Firstly, he did not want to die. Secondly, even if he risked his life, he was completely not a match for Ling Han. He would only be sending himself to his death. "All of you, speak less," Lu Xuanyu said unhappily. "I will definitely think of a way. I definitely will not let him run away like this." Zhao Shao and Han Bing looked at each other and shook their heads inwardly. Ling Han was already clearly out of control. Could it be that you want to go to the Heavenly Marshal House to sleep with him again? The Heavenly Marshal House was the department in charge of the imperial capital's security. The imperial capital was very big, so the Heavenly Marshal House had set up many branches, each managing a small area. Ling Han was appointed as the Red Commandant by the Emperor. This was only a small 8th grade official position. He was not even qualified to be a leader in the Heavenly Martial House branch. He was assigned to a branch in the Dafen district. The head of this branch was a 7th-rank military officer named Yan Lisheng. After meeting with Ling Han, he appointed him as a team leader of the branch. However, because no team leader had resigned previously, Ling Han's current team leader was actually a commander without any subordinates under him. There's a murder case in Long Lane. I'll leave it to you. Yan Lisheng threw over a file. This was his first day on the job, and he already had a mission. Ling Han did not decline. He took the file and immediately flipped through it. A murder case has occurred in the imperial capital. The nature of the case is very bad. I'll give you 10 days. If you can't catch the murderer by then, you can resign. Yan Lisheng set a deadline for Ling Han. Chapter 3776. This new team leader was so fierce. Really? Of course it's true. I have an uncle who works in the headquarters. During lunch today, he told me personally that this fierce person has been assigned to our branch. Fuck. These soldiers all shook their heads. It looked like their team leaders were going to be out of luck. In the field, Ling Han smiled. All of you, come at me together. You really know how to show off. But since you've said so, I'll grant you your wish. These team leaders did not care about any sense of honor. They had originally wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson. As for what methods they had to use, they did not care at all. Besides, wasn't this Ling Han's own request? Their faces were all smiles, but they had already spread out in formation, ready to attack at any time. Go! Someone shouted. Immediately, the 13 team leaders attacked at the same time, attacking Ling Han. Ling Han stood proudly without moving. Pretentious people die faster. These 13 team leaders all said in their hearts, but their attacks did not slow down at all. Then it's all up to you. In the instant that the attacks were about to reach him, Ling Han's mind moved. Buzz, a wave of killing intent blasted out. Bam, 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 bam. This aura surged out like an avalanche. The 13 people involuntarily paused and then fell head first to the ground. Pfft. The soldiers watching from all sides all opened their mouths wide, completely stunned. No way, 13 team leaders had fallen just like that. They knew that Ling Han was strong. He had even defeated Wang Yifei. But without a single move, the 13 team leaders seemed to have been bewitched and had fallen on their own. Damn, this was too shocking. There was a smile on Ling Han's face, and he walked casually. However, every step he took landed on the backs of those captains, causing them to groan in pain. So heavy, even their bones were groaning. They were shocked. How could Ling Han be so strong? Did you have fun sparring? Ling Han asked. Happy my ass. Was there anyone who could be happy lying on the ground and being stepped on? But when they saw the dangerous expression on Ling Han's face, how could they dare to say that? They hurriedly nodded. Do you still want to play? Ling Han asked again. The 13 captains hurriedly shook their heads in unison. Ling Han nodded and walked out of the training field. He was very busy and had to find the murderer. There were still 2 auras that he hadn't eliminated, but it was getting late. Ling Han decided to call it a day and continue tomorrow. He didn't return to the hostage manor and stayed in the branch manor. In terms of conditions, the hostage residence was actually slightly better, but no matter how beautiful the prison was, how could it compare to the air of freedom? The night passed. Ling Han woke up early and faced the morning sun to cultivate. Not long after he finished his work, the mansion suddenly became noisy. He ran out to take a look, but his face sank, because last night, another person died, and his blood was sucked dry. Where? He hurriedly went up and asked. Elegant Flower Village, number 3 to number 4. Ling Han immediately moved out and headed towards Elegant Flower Village. He practically ran at full speed and quickly arrived at the scene of the murder. The surroundings had already been sealed off by the guards, prohibiting unauthorized people from entering. Ling Han walked in and saw a corpse lying on the ground, his face filled with fear. There were 2 rows of teeth marks on the neck of the corpse. They were very deep, but they shouldn't be fatal. So, the cause of death was still excessive blood loss. He took out the jade toad and extracted the auras again, then eliminated them one by one. There were originally only 2 suspects left, and after a comparison, there was only 1 left. Ling Han let the jade toad start tracking, and this toad immediately moved, facing one direction. You, follow me. Ling Han pointed at 3 people. The 3 hurriedly followed. Ling Han had taken down all 13 captains yesterday, and instantly established a strong reputation. So, they did as he said without thinking. Every time Ling Han turned a corner, he would use the jade toad to reposition himself. The 3 guards saw Ling Han fiddling with the toad, and were very puzzled. What was he playing at, and why did he want them to follow him? About half an hour later, Ling Han stopped in front of a very small and run-down courtyard. The direction that the jade toad was pointing at was this courtyard. Ling Han walked up and knocked on the door, but no one responded. He knocked again, but still no one answered. Ling Han released his divine sense and scanned the area. There was no one in the courtyard. He directly pushed the door open, and with a light shake of his secret power, the door broke. Captain Ling, the 3 guards hurriedly followed in, even more puzzled. Why did you barge into a commoner's home? Ling Han moved out a chair and sat in the courtyard, patiently waiting. The 3 guards were helpless, and could only squat in the corner, accompanying him. At noon, the door creaked open, and a tall man walked in. This man looked to be in his 30s, and his face was full of vigilance. He shouted at Ling Han and the other 3 guards, "Who are you? Why are you barging into my house?" Ling Han smiled faintly, "We are from Sky Marshal Mansion. As for why we are here, don't you know?" "I don't know what you are talking about." The middle-aged man shook his head, "Even if you are from Sky Marshal Mansion, you can't just barge into my house. I didn't do anything wrong, so I want you to leave immediately." Ling Han stood up and walked towards the middle-aged man. The man stepped aside, "Let's go." Ling Han shook his head, "Why do you want to suck people's blood?" The man's face changed. At first, he had thought that Ling Han had come in by accident, but when these words entered his ears, he understood that Ling Han definitely had a reason for his words. But how did Sky Marshal Mansion find him? When he was committing the crime, he was sure that the other party was alone, and there was no way there would be any witnesses. No, he had to silence them. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of ghastly white teeth. He bit down on Ling Han's neck, and his hands also spread out, grabbing at Ling Han's shoulders. He had revealed his true colors so quickly. "Captain Ling, be careful. He's the blood-sucking demon." The 3 guards quickly shouted. For a moment, they didn't even think about how Ling Han found the murderer. Ling Han reached out and, grabbed the man's neck. Under the suppression of his powerful strength, the man couldn't even think of moving. This man was only at the opening aperture realm. Strange. Ling Han used his ocular ability to scan the man, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Where's the blood you sucked? Where did it go?" The man's face was unusually pale, so when Ling Han used his ocular ability to scan him, he found that the blood in this man's body was pitifully little, only a few tenths of a normal person's. To be able to cultivate to the blood transformation realm, one's blood should be incomparably vigorous. How could it be so weak? Chapter 3777. A Beautiful Romance. Ling Han's finger slashed out like a blade, easily cutting open the middle-aged man's skin. Blood seeped out from the wound, as if there was no blood in this person's body. A blood-sucking monster should have a lot of blood in its body. Why did it look like a dried corpse? Huh. The three soldiers all cried out in surprise, their faces filled with intense shock. This kind of scene wasn't something that could be seen every day. Ling Han lifted the middle-aged man up a bit and said, "Tell me, why did you kill people?" The middle-aged man's expression of fear suddenly changed, and he bared his fangs at Ling Han with a ferocious expression. Ling Han slightly tightened his fingers, and immediately, cracking sounds could be heard. However, the middle-aged man didn't react at all, as if the person Ling Han was pinching wasn't him at all. "Huh? Doesn't it hurt? Do you want to know?" "Let me bite you once, and you'll understand," said the middle-aged man, his eyes emitting a scarlet light. Ling Han instantly felt a will invading his sea of consciousness, wanting to control him. However, the three immortal foundations in his sea of consciousness lightly shook, and the evil will that invaded immediately vanished like smoke in thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But behind Ling Han, the three soldiers all reached out to grab Ling Han's neck. The eyes of these three people turned scarlet. They were being controlled. In terms of quality, Ling Han's immortal foundation could be said to be supreme, so no evil could invade it. However, the three soldiers didn't have such powerful abilities, and were immediately bewitched. Ling Han opened his mouth and spat out a Buddhist incantation. Peng, black smoke rose from the bodies of the three soldiers, and they were instantly annihilated. The eyes of the three immediately recovered. They were all at a loss, and there was even a strong fear in them. Just now, I felt like I was possessed by a ghost. I couldn't control my body at all. No, it was a will that affected me, causing me to completely lose myself. They were terrified. If Ling Han had not dispelled the evil aura, who knew what they would have done? "You're actually a descendant of the Buddhist race?" The middle-aged man was also shocked. The 6 words Wisdom King mantra was one of the 2 ultimate techniques of the Buddhist path. It was used to purify all living things and purify evil. For him to see it on a youth was truly unexpected. "I'm not surprised," Ling Han said with a smile. "Brat, don't be too pleased with yourself. It's impossible for you to know anything," said the middle-aged man. Pa! His entire head exploded like a watermelon. White brain matter splattered everywhere, but there was barely any blood. Ling Han instantly opened up a starlight screen, blocking all the filth. However, the 3 soldiers did not have such strength. Caught off guard, they were splashed all over their bodies. Some people had good immunity, while others couldn't. They immediately vomited at the side. Ling Han frowned. This murderer actually self-destructed. Thus, the clues came to an abrupt end. This middle-aged man was indeed the murderer, but why did he suck blood, and where did the blood go? These questions had yet to be answered. "Bring him back to the branch," said Ling Han, casually tossing the headless corpse to the ground. "Yes, sir." The 3 soldiers hurriedly straightened their bodies and respectfully complied. Ling Han returned to the branch. He had a feeling that the middle-aged man's death was not the end of the blood-sucking incident. On the contrary, it was very likely just the beginning. When the 3 soldiers brought the middle-aged man's corpse back, the entire branch was in an uproar. How could it not be shocking? There had already been 7 blood-sucking cases before, and the time span spanned over half a month. However, no one had solved any of the cases. But when it came to Ling Han, who had just arrived at the branch and didn't have a single soldier under him, he had actually only used a day and a half to solve the case and capture the murderer. Of course, the only flaw was that the murderer had committed suicide. The 13 captains all had dark expressions. The more capable Ling Han was, the more it accentuated their incompetence. "Fuck, you clearly already have the clues, why didn't you bring them along when you were capturing the murderer?" Someone immediately went to snitch, saying that Ling Han had no sense of teamwork and only knew how to be a hero. Otherwise, with the other captains, they would definitely be able to capture the murderer alive and not let him commit suicide. And it wasn't just one. The other captains all chimed in, completely ignoring the fact that Ling Han had solved the case. Instead, they used the fact that they didn't capture the murderer alive to criticize him. Most importantly, it was as if Yan Lisheng had gone blind, and had severely reprimanded Ling Han. Ling Han sneered. This guy had purposely made things difficult for him on the first day he arrived, making him take over a troublesome case, and even demanding that it be solved within 10 days. Now that he had solved the case, he was making a big deal out of it. He was simply bullying others too much. The other party was still talking, so Ling Han directly turned and left. Ling Han! Ling Han! Yan Lisheng roared loudly, but Ling Han acted as if he didn't hear him, and had already walked out. Fuck! He couldn't help but be driven mad, and began to smash things, scaring the guards that wanted to come in to see the situation into retreating one by one. After fuming for a while, he turned on the communication device. Lord Ma, that brat actually solved the murder case. Yes, don't worry, I will definitely make trouble for him, and make him resign obediently and scram back to the hostage manor. All right, I will report to you when it's done. Ling Han rented a courtyard in the vicinity, and then brought the large black dog and perverted pig over from the hostage manor. He logged onto the star web, and sent the address to the Empress. After another half an hour or so, the Empress, Hunyou, and the milk babies appeared one after another. Lin Luo, Zhou Hang, and the others had already entered into various sections. With their talent, there was definitely no problem in nurturing them as key disciples, and they might even become Dao children in future. Ling Han. Hunyou was the first to jump over, and immediately hugged him like a koala. Ling Han broke into a smile. A large part of the reason why he worked so hard was because of these people by his side. They were his motivation. Hello, Daddy. The 7 milk babies giggled. After so long, they still looked like milk babies, as if they wouldn't grow up. However, their strength improved very quickly, and they all advanced into the extreme level of the foundation building tier, not the slightest bit inferior to Ling Han. Tang Yun, meanwhile, pursed her lips. The appearance of this handsome guy caused the Empress to ignore her. This was too much. The family reunited. Unfortunately, people like Lu Yutong and the others could only be trapped in the inner world. Ling Han believed that when his strength grew a little stronger, even if these people hadn't reached the level of celestial venerable tier, he would still have the ability to send them out safely. This night, the Ling family was a scene of jubilation. Early the next morning, everyone faced the morning sun and cultivated. The Empress, the large black dog, and the others were all about to reach the peak stage of the foundation building tier, and Ling Han just so happened to have a large amount of foundation transformation pills in his possession, which would be enough for them to cultivate the foundation of celestial Tao to the utmost perfection when they broke through. After cultivating, Ling Han logged onto the star web to begin the ranking battles. Chapter 3778. Ling Han originally wanted to challenge Shi and earn another wave of ticket money, but he didn't expect Shi to break through. He was now a cauldron forging expert. Although the star web could suppress one's cultivation level to achieve a relatively fair battle, it was unfair for true geniuses to suppress their own cultivation. If they didn't fight at their own level, it would affect them no matter what. Therefore, Shi rejected his challenge and only told him to break through to cauldron forging as soon as possible to start another great battle. Not only Shi, but Myriad Daos and Heaven Breaker also broke through to cauldron forging and didn't want to fight Ling Han at the same level. Fine, if I can't earn this money, then I'll go break records and make some money. Ling Han began to break all sorts of records, be it strength limit, speed limit, as long as it was a record, he would break it. Each time he broke it, he would be rewarded with 1,000 cosmic credits, which added up to quite a lot. He was now at Extreme Foundation Establishment, and his strength was tyrannical to the extreme. He broke almost all the records one by one. Although he hadn't truly battled against the Primordial First in the same cultivation level, and hadn't even battled against the Myriad Tao and Heaven-Shattering Sword, everyone now agreed that in terms of talent and aptitude, Ling Han was definitely the strongest in all of eternity. Although being the strongest and fastest didn't mean that one's battle prowess was the highest, when one reached the heights of Ling Han and Shi, who was weaker in terms of battle awareness? Ling Han surpassed the trio in all aspects and was definitely the strongest prodigy since the beginning of time. Right now, the entire universe was searching for the four of them. Some wanted to take them in as disciples, but there were even more who hoped to capture them and slowly study their secrets. They were so unbelievably monstrous that it was impossible for them to appear out of thin air. Fortunately, Ling Han's group of four hid their identities very well. They were clearly famous on the star web, and the entire universe had heard of their names, but no one knew who they really were. For example, Ling Han. Who would have thought that the hostage sent by Xianbei country would be the number one under the starry sky, who was even more monstrous than Shi and the others? The next 2 days were very ordinary. Aside from cultivating, Ling Han would concoct alchemical pills, spend time with his wife and children, and watch the large black dog and the perverted pig look at each other in disdain. Although it was simple, it was filled with warmth, causing Ling Han to feel like he wanted to leave everything behind and spend the rest of his life like this. But as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately shivered. In this world where martial power reigned supreme, how could there be a true tranquil place? Only with absolute strength could he protect the people around him, and only then could he maintain the current peace. But on the fourth day, something happened. Ling Han went to the branch as usual, but he was immediately called to Yan Lixing's place. Peng, as soon as the other parties saw him enter, he slammed the report in his hand on the table, pointed at him angrily, and said, "Ling Han, do you know what the crime of deceiving the emperor is?" Ling Han smiled faintly, sat on the chair, and said, "Don't randomly accuse me." The other party was only at the human crucible level, so he was not afraid. Yan Lixing suppressed his anger, and said, "Last night, there was another vampire murder, and it was 3 in a row. So, the corpse you brought back is not the murderer at all." "Oh." Ling Han's eyes lit up. Previously, with the vampire's suicide, all the clues were broken, and many questions were buried. Now there was another vampire murder. Although it was a tragedy, it also meant that he could find new answers. He picked up the murder report and looked at it, and said, "These are 3 new murderers." "Why are you so sure that there are 3 people?" Yan Lixing said. The cause of death of the 3 victims was exactly the same, all of their blood had been sucked out, and it was shockingly similar. Intuition. Ling Han said, "The person you brought back before is definitely the murderer of the previous 8 murders. Now there are 3 new murderers, what are they hiding behind? Since you've solved the first serial blood-sucking murder case, then I'll leave the other 3 cases to you. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't solve the cases in time, I'll hold you accountable," Yan Lixing said arrogantly. Ling Han did not speak, and just stared at him, which made Yan Lixing feel a little uncomfortable. "Lord Yan, don't make a mistake," he said faintly. "You're threatening me." Yan Lixing was furious. "You're just at the foundation establishment stage, so how can you be so arrogant?" Ling Han smiled, and said, "I'll take this case, and I'll find the murderer within 3 days. It's not because I'm afraid of you, but because I'm interested in it. In the future, whether or not I'll take cases will depend on my mood." After saying that, he swaggered off. Bang, bang, bang. Yan Lixing began to smash the furniture crazily again. Ling Han immediately went to the homes of the 3 victims. The homes of the 3 victims were about the same distance from him, so Ling Han randomly chose one. When he arrived, he immediately used the jade toad to collect the auras. After eliminating the soldiers, family members, and friends, there were only 3 unfamiliar auras left, and he tracked them one by one. The first one was not. Ling Han shook his head. He used the eye sorcery to take a look, and this person's qi and blood were normal, so he shouldn't be the murderer. Switch. The second person was a middle-aged woman. Ling Han's eyes swept over her, and he immediately launched an attack. Xiao, he instantly appeared in front of her, and struck out with his palm. Not only did he seal her cultivation level, he also sealed her divine sense. This person had pitifully little blood in her body, so she must be the murderer who sucked blood. Ling Han brought the middle-aged woman back to the branch residence, and directly threw her in front of Yan Lisheng. The murderer has been captured alive, so I'll leave the rest to you. Yan Lisheng's anger still hadn't dissipated, and he looked coldly at Ling Han. You said she's the murderer, so she's the murderer? Ling Han shrugged. You can release her restriction and interrogate her yourself. Yan Lisheng frowned, and then loudly said, Guards. The soldiers outside immediately came in. What orders does my lord have? Prepare a torture room, and prepare for interrogation. Yes. 2 soldiers came, dragged the middle-aged woman away, and tied her hands and feet. All the captains were also present. Although they didn't participate in the arrest, if they participated in the interrogation, they would naturally be able to get some credit. After the restriction was released, the middle-aged woman immediately revealed a terrified expression. Why did you guys capture me? I didn't commit any crime. Ling Han pointed a finger, and the middle-aged woman's left hand instantly exploded, but strangely, only a pitiful amount of blood gushed out. The middle-aged woman immediately looked toward Ling Han, and a cold expression appeared on her face. It's you again, she said. Huh? Ling Han couldn't help but be startled. How did this middle-aged woman recognize him? If it was said that she was in cahoots with the blood-sucking male from before, Ling Han would believe it. However, that blood-sucking male didn't have the slightest bit of contact with the outside world until he self-detonated, so how did this middle-aged woman recognize him? Strange as expected. Chapter 3780. Ling Han activated his eye ability and looked at the old man. He couldn't see through him. If the old man was a Foundation establishment cultivator, then Ling Han could see his cultivation level clearly. If he was a caste cauldron, then he could at least vaguely see the appearance of an immortal cauldron. But he couldn't see anything from the birth core stage. It wasn't that his eye ability wasn't strong, but that his cultivation level was too low. But he couldn't see through his eye ability, which meant that the old man was at least at the birth core stage, or even stronger. There was a hole in the old man's chest, as if someone had pierced it with their hand. Blood was still flowing out, but at a very slow rate. Moreover, the blood was crystal-like, as if it was about to solidify. Damn it, I need more blood. The old man coughed and gently caressed his wound. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Fifth Daozi, just wait until I recover from my injuries, find the secret realm, and advance my cultivation to the next level. That will be the day you die. And that damned brat, he actually has a treasure that can track my scent. He almost exposed my hiding place. That brat is quite smart. He should have found this place long ago, but he didn't show himself. Clearly, he knows this is a trap. I have to find another place. If he finds an expert, it won't be easy for me to defend against him since I've just recovered my caste cauldron cultivation. As he muttered to himself, the 2 blood thralls stood solemnly to the side like statues. You 2, help me up, the old man ordered the 2 blood thralls. The 2 hurried to help him up. When they helped the old man out of the pit, Ling Han was surprised to find that the old man was still missing a leg. The wound was very fresh, and just like his chest, it was still dripping with blood. Ling Han's heart beat slightly faster. He was wondering if he should take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. This was a very good opportunity. The enemy's ambush had failed and left in disappointment. This was the moment when the defense was at its weakest. The opponent was a caste cauldron. If he suddenly launched a sneak attack with the heavenly rune jade, there was a high chance of success. The question was this another trap? Perhaps the old man already knew that he was nearby and deliberately said those words to attract him to attack. That's not right. If he wanted to lure me into the trap, then he should have said that his cultivation level is in the foundation building tier. Otherwise, with the gap of a major tier, so what if he launched a sneak attack? How many people would be able to succeed? Ling Han immediately said in his mind. After all, a powerful foundation-building tier like him was rarely seen throughout the ages. If that old man could also be considered as a foundation-building tier, then he would really be freaking awesome. Ling Han muttered to himself. He believed that his judgment was correct. Alright, let's take a gamble. Ling Han took out the heavenly rune jade and infused it with his psyche energy. When he was 15 feet away from the old man, he didn't get any closer. With a thought, the heavenly rune jade shot out. Kill. Ling Han also activated so near, yet worlds apart, and charged forward. This was too sudden. Who would have thought that an attack would suddenly appear in an empty space? The heavenly rune jade streaked across the sky at 40 times the speed of sound. The old man couldn't help but be shocked. If he'd been prepared, he could have dodged the attack with his current cauldron forging cultivation. But it was too sudden and too close for him to dodge. The old man was quite ruthless. He grabbed the 2 blood slaves in front of him and blocked the attack. Bang, bang. The heavenly rune jade smashed into them and immediately exploded. Under the powerful twisting force, the 2 blood thralls' bodies exploded like popped balloons. The heavenly rune jade's speed only decreased slightly as it continued toward the old man. With a roar, the old man flipped his right hand and slapped at the heavenly rune jade. Bang! There was a burst of blood as the right hand exploded, followed by the forearm. It only stopped when it reached the elbow. Alas, cauldron forging monsters were indeed difficult to kill. The Wolf clan's high priest was so, and so was this old man. Ling Han sighed inwardly, but his figure was already upon them. He used the 3 forms of the war god, enveloped in destructive energy. He had unleashed his strongest battle prowess from the get-go. The old man's heart ached to death. Of course, it wasn't just 2 blood thralls. He could create as many as he wanted, but in order to block Ling Han's attack, he'd lost a right hand. He'd already lost a leg, and now he'd lost an arm. His battle prowess would naturally plummet. Most importantly, the attacker was only a foundation establishment cultivator. He, a spirit transformation true lord, had actually been crippled by a foundation establishment cultivator. If he were still a high and mighty spirit transformation true lord, so what if he'd been ambushed by the heavenly rune jade? A mere low-level artifact would have been child's play to him. Damned pawn, he roared, activating his spirit transformation level aura and charging toward Ling Han. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand, aiming for Ling Han's neck. He really didn't underestimate Ling Han in the slightest, directly using the aura of a spirit transformation tier to suppress Ling Han. This was the greatest advantage of having a higher tier, crushing all living things in terms of tier. However, this kind of aura suppression was useless against Ling Han. His immortal foundation was modeled after an ancient immortal sect and could be said to be the strongest foundation of the immortal Tao in the world. With such a stable foundation, why would he be afraid of aura suppression? The first form of the war god arrived, and Ling Han added another move. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword, at the same time activating his baleful aura attack. The baleful aura attack was the first to arrive, but it had no effect. The opponent wasn't a real cast cauldron, but a spirit transformation true lord. The difference in cultivation level was too great, and it was completely ineffective. But Ling Han didn't pin his hopes on that. The third form of the war god and the destructive energy were his trump cards. Boom! The two clashed, and Ling Han was instantly sent flying. He felt all the bones in his body trembling as if they were about to fall apart. The old man had indeed only recovered to the cast cauldron realm, but he wasn't a human cauldron, but a heaven cauldron. Ah! The old man let out a miserable scream. Although he had sent Ling Han flying, his left hand was contaminated with the destructive energy that was currently corroding him. He couldn't expel it with his current strength and could only suppress it. 2 of his fingers instantly disappeared. What terrifying destructive power! The old man was both furious and shocked. He had purposely recalled the 2 blood thralls in order to lure Ling Han into taking the bait and get rid of a hidden danger. Who would have thought that he would bring disaster upon himself? Now, he only had a right leg and a left hand left. His left hand was also missing 2 fingers. It was simply a tragedy. Die. 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 He was completely enraged and crazily attacked Ling Han. This was the battle prowess of a Heaven Cauldron Realm cultivator. It was too terrifying. Although Ling Han blocked it with the 3rd form of the war god, his entire body was sent flying as soon as they came into contact. The starlight barrier instantly shattered. Yua! Ling Han violently vomited blood. He felt that at least half of his internal organs had been destroyed. This was because he had built a very good foundation. Otherwise, this attack alone would have been enough to kill him. Die! The old man leaped forward with his single leg and attacked Ling Han once again. Chapter 3781. Weng, a pagoda appeared above Ling Han's head. Endless chaotic energy scattered down, lightning radiance flickered about, the divine might indescribable. Bam the elder attacked, a palm pressing down, but it was blocked by chaotic energy, his hand directly sinking. Primal Chaos Polaris Thunder Tower, Emperor Weapon. However, the old man was still a Heaven Tripod Realm cultivator, so he immediately roared and exerted strength in his limbs to stop his body from sinking. He was shocked. Although he only had the power of the Heaven Tripod Cauldron, he could crush any Foundation Establishment cultivator. This kind of crushing was not something an artifact could change. Limited by one's realm, even if it was a 4-star or 5-star artifact, the power it could unleash was limited. But why was this chaotic aura able to suppress him and make him stagger? Unless he couldn't help but have a thought. Could this be a saint artifact? Any material that could be made into a sage artifact naturally had an indescribable power. Thus, even in the hands of a low-level cultivator, it could often display a power that surpassed their realm. Give it to me. The elder changed his target and grabbed towards the Primal Chaos Polaris Thunder Pagoda, wanting to forcefully take it away. Chi, lightning flashed chaotically, striking towards the old man. The light was too fast, and even the old man couldn't dodge it. He was struck head-on, and under the surge of electricity, his entire body began to tremble. Even his hair stood on end. How could the might of a monarch weapon be underestimated? Ling Han let out a long howl and took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. That old man was really strong. Even without an arm, a leg, and 2 fingers, he was still able to deliver a palm strike in Ling Han's direction despite the fact that he was numb from the electricity. Peng, the 2 of them collided. Ling Han let out another wah sound as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the old man wasn't any better off. His face was completely pale, and the wounds on his chest, elbows, fingers, and legs were all gushing with blood. The old man turned pale with fright. The cultivation technique he practiced was special, and his blood was the source of his energy. This was also the reason why he could use his soul to control those blood slaves when he was seriously injured. A large amount of blood could help him recover faster. However, now that he had lost so much blood, not only would it affect his battle prowess, it might even kill him. He was greedy and angry. How much he wanted to obtain this sacred tool, it was practically a huge waste for it to fall into the hands of a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator. However, this little foundational cultivator actually wanted to force him into a dead end, which made him extremely angry. He was a perfected Lord Spirit transformation. He could kill this ant in front of him with a single breath. After he recovered from his injuries, he would suck this brat's blood dry and turn him into a corpse slave without any will. The old man beat the drums of retreat, turned around, and was about to escape. But how fast could he run with only 1 leg? Ling Han activated so near, yet worlds apart, and instantly caught up to him. He threw out a series of attacks, especially the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda. Every strand of chaotic energy was as heavy as a mountain, and every bolt of lightning was incomparably sharp. The old man cried out, but there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to be seriously injured, with only one leg left. Brat, you forced me to do this. The old man gritted his teeth. In the end, he took out his magic tool, a small rattledrum. He bit his lip, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the rattledrum. You're clearly covered in blood, so why did you bite yourself? Ling Han asked, puzzled. Right. The old man was also startled. Why did I bite my own tongue? Although his magic tool required fresh blood to activate, wasn't he bleeding all the time right now? What a loss. He was extremely depressed. He had actually been made a joke of by a minor character. He had lost all his face. Die. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Whatever, as long as he killed this brat, all of his humiliation would vanish. Boom, under his full power, the rattledrum immediately rang out. Bang! One sound after another rang out, directly hitting Ling Han's heart. Blood immediately flowed out of his orifices. This was originally a spirit transformation tier treasured tool, and if it used its full power, Ling Han would instantly turn into a puddle of blood. However, the old man was currently heavily injured, and was unable to use its full power. Moreover, he himself was aware of the pain, because once this treasured tool was activated, it would endlessly absorb his chi and blood. Normally, it wouldn't matter. He could just suck other people's blood, but right now, he had lost too much blood. How could he withstand this kind of torment? He could easily die. That was why he wanted to escape first, but was forced into a dead end. That was why he was willing to risk his life. Bang! The old man shook the rattledrum. He was not much better off. His face became even more pale. It was no longer bloodless, but like white wax. Damn, I'm going to die. Wang, the primal chaos polarity thunder tower emitted endless primal chaos chi, which could greatly weaken the destructive power of the sound of the spirit tool. Ling Han also roared the 6 words Wisdom King incantation within his body. Although that sound wasn't evil, but purely destructive power, using sound to break sound should still be somewhat useful. Ling Han gave a loud shout, and used the demon monkey fist. Endless ruthlessness circulated, and with a punch, colorful splendor rippled. It was as if the whole world had turned into endless darkness. Only a single punch shot out, and even if the sky was filled with stars, it would still be shattered with a single punch. When the sacred battle king used it, it would definitely have the power to shatter stars with one punch. However, in the hands of Ling Han, it was only a kind of momentum. But even if it was just a momentum, it also caused the old man to turn pale with fright. This was a real emperor technique. The punch flew out, and the old man was instantly hit in the chest. Fortunately, it was not the original wound. Otherwise, this punch would probably have taken his life. The old man was thrown back 300 feet. He looked down and saw that there was another dent in his chest. At least 3 ribs had been broken by this punch, causing his chest to cave in. What kind of treasure was this? It was too terrifying. The power of one punch could actually reach such a level. Sage technique, it must be a sage technique. This kid's luck was heaven-defying. He had obtained the inheritance of a sage, so he was using a sage tool to punch a sage technique. The old man's eyes were red. He wanted to fight with his life. The inheritance of a sage was worth the risk. Go die. He shook the rattledrum even more intensely. Yuan continuously sucked away what little chi and blood he had left. Not only did his body lose its color, but it was also shriveling up, as if he had turned into a skeleton. This treasure was really evil. It couldn't have been forged by the old man himself. Otherwise, there must be something wrong with this old man's brain. The chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower was above Ling Han's head, and he was chanting the 6 words Wisdom King mantra to resist the attack of this treasure. Although he was still bleeding from his orifices, his body was full of vitality, and he was far from dying from the shock. A few minutes later. I'll fuck your whole family, the old man said unwillingly. His whole body was already like a dried corpse. He was actually being sucked to death by his own treasure. Chapter 3782. The elder fell to the ground. A spirit transformation perfected lord actually died in the hands of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator because he was seriously injured. He died with everlasting regret. His eyes were still wide open, and there was even a hint of greed in them. He was probably still thinking about the sage's inheritance before he died. If he knew that it was not the sage's inheritance but a sovereign weapon and sovereign art, who knew how heartbroken he would be? Ling Han also sat down on the ground. The Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Tower automatically retracted and entered the space between his eyebrows. The natal artifact could be stored in the body. This battle was really fatal. He bled from all 7 orifices, and his internal organs were mostly destroyed. He would lose at least a dozen years of life. No wonder those in the Foundation Establishment realm could live for 1,000 years and those in the Hinayana realm could live for 40,000 years. That was because they would inevitably suffer heavy injuries in battle, which consumed their life essence. Even if they recovered from their injuries, the hidden injuries would still remain, which was irreparable. Unless he could take a sacred medicine and recover his body to perfection. Ling Han swallowed a healing alchemical pill and circulated the Heaven Ancient Yang scroll. After quite a while, he finally managed to suppress the boiling in his body. His damaged internal organs had already begun to recover under the nourishment of the medicinal effects and the mystical power, but it would still take a few days for him to completely recover. At this moment, the elder's body suddenly lit up. What the hell? A corpse coming back to life? Ling Han was already prepared to use the Heaven Dao fire. With his current state, he would definitely not be able to defeat a cast tripod realm cultivator. Wang, the rattledrum floated up on its own. Shio, it broke through the air and flew away. Huh? Ling Han didn't understand. It was impossible for a magic artifact to fly away on its own after losing its owner's control. Before he finished his thought, a ball of light suddenly appeared beside the elder's body. It kept moving as if it wanted to transform into something, but it didn't take shape. How dare you ruin my plans, Aunt? A voice came over. It was at the level of divine senses. Ling Han was shocked and instantly understood. The rattledrum magic artifact belonged to the owner of the voice. He didn't know why it was given to the elder to use. Now that the elder was dead, the owner of the voice took it back and even manifested a wisp of thought to threaten him. Hee, afraid of you? With a thought, Ling Han threw a stone over. However, his divine sense was formless, and the stone passed through the light and shadow. How daring! That was clearly a supreme expert, able to manifest his will in some unknown corner of the cosmos. Perhaps he was even more powerful than a sect master. Peng, the reply he got was an even bigger rock. It passed through the light and shadow and smashed heavily onto the ground, causing sand to fly into the air. Good. 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 That expert was probably about to explode from anger. He was speechless. Peng, an even bigger rock came crashing down, directly landing on the old man's corpse. Just like that, even the ball of light was no longer visible. But a moment later, that ball of light floated out of the stone. You're dead. That supreme expert coldly transmitted his divine sense over. However, the ball of light dissipated as soon as it finished speaking, as if it was afraid that Ling Han would throw another stone at it. He had never seen such a hothead, causing that expert to feel helpless. Ling Han smiled faintly. He was naturally not afraid. If that expert could make a move, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. He would have directly captured or killed him. Obviously, the other party was too far away and could only play with words. He rested for a while and stabilized the injuries in his body. Then, he stood up. With a thought, the stone on the old man's corpse was taken away by his thought power. On the ground, the old man's corpse did not suffer any damage. To be able to cultivate to the spirit transformation realm, his bones and skin were naturally extremely tough. At the very least, it was not something that could be crushed by a rock. Even if it was crushed under a mountain, it would not necessarily be damaged. Ling Han searched the old man's corpse and found a spatial magic tool. There were not many things inside, just 100 or so Dao stones and a thin metal plate. This metal material was unknown. It was incomparably thin, and there was a picture on it that looked like a map. To be collected by a spirit transformation true monarch, it should not be simple. Ling Han thought about it, then put away the thin plate. He would slowly study it in the future. Apart from this, there was nothing else. How poor. What spirit transformation true monarch, how wretched. Ling Han could also guess that most of the old man's wealth should be in the star web, in the form of universe coins. Without a doubt, with his death, this wealth would belong to the Chang family. In this world, who knew how many people died every day? Their wealth in the star web would naturally be collected by the Chang family. There was no need to write it off. Universe coins were virtual. So what if the Chang family issued trillions or trillions? It would not affect them at all. Only when the universe coins were exchanged for Dao stones would the Chang family take it out. Sigh, the Chang family really made a fortune. Ling Han sighed once again. The 4 great emperors had left a golden rice bowl for their descendants. It was also fortunate that the Chang family was an emperor clan. Otherwise, even a holy land would not be able to protect such a large amount of wealth. After sighing, Ling Han brought the old man's corpse back. After arriving at the branch, he brought the corpse to Yan Lisheng and threw it on the ground. He said, "Here, this is the true culprit behind the blood-sucking case." Yan Lisheng did not care about Ling Han's attitude. He only glanced at the old man, and all the pores on his body could not help but close. This was an expert who far surpassed him. The remaining power of a tiger's death was still there, and it made him tremble. How is this possible? He finally opened his mouth. His face was full of shock. He looked at Ling Han with deep fear in his eyes. Ling Han had actually killed such an expert. Look, the battle was too intense. The old man had lost an arm and a leg, and there was a see-through hole in his chest. This could not have been caused by a sneak attack. From this, it could be seen how exaggerated Ling Han's strength was. "Oh my God. You killed him," he said with a trembling voice. He thought that he was stupid to actually make an enemy of such a powerful person. Ling Han smiled. "I did kill him, but when I found him, he was already seriously injured and only had the strength of the Foundation Establishment realm. I took advantage of him. He had suppressed the old man's strength by 1 level. Otherwise, a Foundation Establishment realm killing a Cauldron Caste realm was unheard of, and he would probably be captured for research. Now that a Foundation Establishment realm martial artist had the battle strength of a Foundation Establishment realm martial artist, there was no problem. He was originally the strongest Foundation Establishment realm martial artist in the Azure Dragon Empire. Yan Lisheng finally let out a sigh of relief and then felt a little awkward. He was actually scared by a Foundation Establishment realm martial artist. He coughed and pretended to be dignified. "How do you know that he is the true culprit of the blood-sucking case?" "We will know after asking an expert to examine the corpse." Ling Han said indifferently, "I also killed 2 blood slaves, but I don't know how many people this old man has bewitched. And he is now dead, and the divine spirit control should have lost its effect. Even if there are other blood slaves, they should have recovered by now." Chapter 3784. The next day, Ling Han went to find Tang Yen alone. The Empress, the big black dog, and the others were all at the critical moment of breaking through to the Heaven Foundation building realm, so they didn't go out this time. "Let's go." After the 2 left the city, they both flew on their flying tools. With their cultivation, flying tools wouldn't be slower than flying vehicles. Tang Yun's shuttle was more suitable for traveling through the universe, but flying on a planet might not be much faster. Tang Yan's flying tool was a sword. He stepped on it, looking very elegant. Ling Han actually had a lot of tools, but flying tools required a part of his spirit to be injected into it, and even if it was only a trace or a little bit, it would affect him. For ordinary people, this little bit of influence didn't matter at all, but Ling Han wanted to be the strongest and pursue perfection. Of course, even a little bit of influence couldn't be allowed. So, he used the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower, but the Emperor weapon concealed itself. At least with Tang Yan's eyesight, he couldn't see any clues. Most people fly on a sword, but you use a tower. You're really different, Tang Yan said with his divine sense. Ling Han smiled and also said with his divine sense, this is called different. They could only communicate with their divine sense. Otherwise, with their current speed, their voices couldn't reach each other's ears. Unlike Heavenly Sea Star, which was actually a fragment of a broken star, Moonlight Star was much larger. Thus, even though Ling Han and Tang Yan both flew at a speed 20 times faster than normal, they still flew for 7 days before arriving at their destination. This was a huge lake, surrounded by mountains. Under the sunlight, the waves were beautiful, and golden snakes danced. Ling Han took out the map and discovered to his surprise that the picture on it had changed. Moreover, it was a moving picture. It was a person circling around a golden pillar, turning 3 times to the left, 9 times to the right, and continuously repeating this process. Obviously, Tang Yan didn't lead the wrong way. The characteristic of this cold water gold was that when they reached a special place, it would show the pictures or images left in advance. It was because they found the place that the map changed. Go into the water. Tang Yan looked at Ling Han. Ling Han nodded. Go. With their cultivation, there was nothing to be afraid of, so they jumped into the water one after another. The lake water was not cold. Instead, it was warm and comfortable. Both of them dove downwards. Once they stepped onto the immortal path, they wouldn't have to worry about the problem of breathing. As long as they could absorb the power of heaven and earth, martial artists would be able to survive. After swimming for a while, a large fish suddenly swam towards them. It was over 100 feet long, and its entire body was dark green. Each scale was the size of a bowl. This fish was ferocious. It opened its mouth wide and bit towards the two of them. Its teeth were as sharp as knives. Tang Yan made his move. With a tap of his finger, a bloody hole appeared on the head of the large fish. The fish's belly was facing upwards, and it was completely dead. As soon as the big fish died, small fish appeared out of nowhere and surrounded it to eat it. In just a short while, the big fish turned into a skeleton and sank to the bottom of the lake. They continued to move forward. Not long after, a black eel swam over and arched its body from afar. Whoosh, a bolt of lightning struck over. This was a Foundation Establishment Realm fish demon. This bolt of lightning was as thick as an arm, and it drew a zigzag in the air. Ling Han directly sent out a blast of baleful aura. Wang, the eel immediately fainted. Tang Yan was surprised. If Ling Han had killed the fish demon with a punch or a kick, he wouldn't have been surprised, because he knew how powerful Ling Han was. He could be said to be number 1 in the Foundation Establishment Realm. However, he didn't even need to make a move to knock out a Foundation Establishment Realm fish demon. This was unimaginable. I've discovered that you're really a hidden person, he said. When Ling Han heard this, he couldn't help but think of the large black dog. Presumably, if this guy was here, he would probably look at his crotch and mutter something along the lines of, as expected, it's not showing. Instantly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then you can slowly discover it, he said with a smile. The two of them continued to swim towards the bottom of the lake. The light instantly dimmed, and finally, this place became pitch black. However, there were mysterious water creatures here. Their bodies were very small, but they emitted a faint light. When there were so many of them, this lake also became hazy. It wasn't that they couldn't see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Huh? Ling Han and Tang Yen let out sounds of surprise at the same time. They saw a white thing floating over in front of them. Very quickly, they saw clearly that it was actually a woman. She was dressed in white, and her black hair was spread out like seaweed. There was a kind of messy beauty about her. There was actually a woman floating at the bottom of such a deep lake? Was it haunted? She's injured. Ling Han swept his gaze over and saw that behind this woman, there was a faint red in the lake water. The two of them swam over. Indeed, this woman was injured, and her vital signs were still there. Ling Han extended a finger and pointed at the woman's head. A mysterious force surged in, instantly causing the woman's delicate body to tremble, and she woke up. "Who are you?" she asked using her divine sense, and immediately took a defensive stance. Tang Yan's eyes involuntarily brightened. This woman was really beautiful. Her eyes were as clear as water, and her eyebrows were like a painting. There was also an indescribable temperament about her that made her appear very noble. He hurriedly said, "I'm Tang Yen, and he's Ling Han. Don't be afraid, we just saved you." The woman looked back and forth between him and Tang Yen a few times before finally nodding. "Thank you. Beauty, how did you get injured?" Tang Yen was very proactive. "Did someone injure you? Tell me, I'll help you get revenge." As the Qilin son of the Tang clan, what kind of beauty hadn't he seen before? But now, he was actually taking the initiative to court her. It was clear just how beautiful this woman was. The woman muttered to herself for a moment before saying, "I came here to hunt a type of treasure fish, but I accidentally found a golden pillar. Out of curiosity, I turned it around, but in the end, I was heavily injured and fainted. If I hadn't been saved by you, it's very likely that I would have been buried in the belly of the fish." Golden Pillar. Ling Han and Tang Yen looked at each other. What a coincidence. "Where's the pillar? Can you take us there?" Tang Yen asked. Seeing that he was chatting happily with this woman, Ling Han didn't say anything, just stood there as a spectator. The woman revealed a hesitant expression. "That place is very dangerous." "It's fine. We've already heard what you said. We're already prepared," Tang Yen rushed to say. He still hadn't been blinded by the beauty, and he didn't say that he and Ling Han were actually looking for this golden pillar. "All right." The woman nodded. The three of them swam forward together. The woman had only suffered some minor injuries. It wasn't serious, and she would be fine once she woke up. The journey was relatively peaceful. Half an hour later, a huge clump of water plants appeared in front of them. "It's here." The beauty pointed at the water plants. "Oh right, beauty, what's your name?" Tang Yen asked shamelessly. The woman muttered to herself for a moment before saying, Jean Yeshua." First, she set a small goal for herself, for example, a bookmark. Chapter 3785. Jean Yeshua, what a good name, Tang Yen praised as he pushed aside the water plants and continued forward. This was a thicket of aquatic grasses that grew tall and dense. After walking for half a minute, the trio's eyes lit up as a golden pillar appeared in front of them. It was about 6 meters tall and as thick as a thigh. "Ling Han, this is it," Tang Yen said to Ling Han. "Hey, you're looking for this thing?" Jean Yeshua asked curiously. Tang Yen chuckled. "It's all thanks to you. If we had to find it ourselves, it would probably take us a few days." Vision was greatly affected at the bottom of the lake, and the golden pillar was growing in the dense water plants. It was really difficult to find. Ling Han glanced at Jean Yeshua. He was confused, but he didn't say it out loud. Tang Yen had a strong desire to show off. Although he was a young master, when he met the woman he liked, he behaved like any man in love. His IQ had seriously decreased, but his desire to show off had skyrocketed. He held the golden pillar and began to turn it. 3 to the left, 9 to the right. Suddenly, there was the sound of gears turning, and the golden pillar slowly descended until it completely disappeared. Boom, an even louder sound came, like an earthquake. No, it really seemed like an earthquake. There were strong waves in the water, causing the three of them to shake slightly. However, Ling Han and Tang Yen were both elites on the celestial path, and Jin Yeshua was not inferior either. She was shockingly also a cauldron forging cultivator, so she was not affected by the waves at all. She merely shook slightly. Ling Han did not use her eyes, but she had been observing with her divine sense. When Tang Yen turned the golden pillar, her pupils contracted slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared on her pretty face. At present, Ling Han was not sure what this surprise meant, but he was sure that the other party was not as simple as she said. She had mistakenly come here because she was fishing. Boom, 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 the earth shook violently. Hey, it seems like the bottom of the lake is rising, Tang Yen said. They were originally floating in the water, but now their feet were standing on the soil. There was a force pushing them up at a very fast speed, so they could all feel the obvious force. About 10 minutes later, with a loud splash, the three of them broke out of the water. They looked in front of them and were shocked because there was a group of buildings in front of them. They were standing in the square of this group of buildings. At this moment, the mud was receding like water, revealing the white jade-like tiles. It wasn't the entire lake that rose up, but an area in the middle of the lake. It was as if an island had suddenly risen from the lake, and the area was quite large. What kind of historical site is this? Tang Yen murmured. The three of them walked forward. After walking past the square, a wall blocked their way. They turned to the gate and saw two words written on the signboard, Jin Residence. Jin Mansion. Ling Han and Tang Yen both looked at Jin Yeshua with strong questions in their eyes. This was the Jin residence, and this woman's surname was Jin. Moreover, she was injured because of the golden pillar. Adding all of this together, how could Ling Han and Tang Yen not suspect that this woman was related to the Jin residence? Jin Yeshua took a deep breath and nodded. That's right, this Jin residence is my Jin family's ancestral land. I'm not here to catch some treasure fish, I'm here to find our ancestral land. It's fine, who doesn't have a bit of vigilance? Tang Yen smiled and tried to smooth things over. No wonder you could find this place. We followed the map and searched for a long time. Jin Yeshua smiled bitterly. In order to find this ancestral land, the family has searched generation after generation. It was only until my generation that we finally found it, but we couldn't find it. Instead, we fainted. She paused for a moment, and then continued, when I saw you all, I was suspicious. This place is so remote, so how did you all come here? Could it be that you obtained the lost ancestral diagram of the Jin clan? So, after you all invited me, I went with the flow and brought you all here. Damn, how could things be so coincidental? They actually met the descendants of the treasure while searching for the treasure. Ling Han and Tang Yen looked at each other. What were they now? Thieves. Jin Yeshua took the initiative to say, although this is our ancestral land, it has been too many years, and I don't know anything about this place. I don't have the right to call myself the master. Speaking of which, it was because of you that I was able to see the ancestral land again. So, let's explore together and share what we find. Sure. Ling Han and Tang Yen looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Okay. Jin Yeshua's smile was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. Tang Yen was a bit absent-minded and only came back to his senses when Ling Han nudged him. Now look again. Ling Han took out the frigid water gold because he wasn't sure if opening the door required a special method. The image on the gold had indeed changed, but it wasn't directed at the door. It seemed that entering the door didn't require any special method. Let me do it, Tang Yen said. He was very willing to show off in front of a beauty. Knowing that the door wasn't dangerous, he immediately rushed up to push it open. There was a squeaking sound, and dust fell as the door was slowly pushed open. The three of them walked in, and what appeared in front of them was a withered garden. This place must have been very beautiful in the past. The flower beds were arranged in a unique way, and there was an indescribable charm to it. Ling Han made a sound of surprise and said, "Don't move." "What's wrong?" Tang Yen didn't care and stepped forward. Swoosh, a beam of light blasted towards him at an astonishing speed. Tang Yen couldn't dodge and was hit head-on, but a ball of light flashed on his body and turned into a light screen, blocking the attack. This scared Tang Yen so much that his face turned pale. He quickly retreated. Damn, I almost died. He had a life-saving treasure on him that would only automatically activate and his life was in danger. It was that treasure that had activated just now and saved his life. That attack definitely reached the level of a life core. If not for the treasure my grandfather gave me, I would have died. He was full of lingering fear. Ling Han sighed. Can't you take it easy? This guy's behavior was a bit abnormal. It seemed that when a person met the person they liked, their brain would really go haywire. Hee, it's because I didn't see any danger either, Tang Yen explained. From the image on the frigid water gold, they were far from that place, so he was a bit careless. Ling Han said seriously, there's a formation set up here. If you don't think of a way to break it or don't follow the rules, you'll be attacked. Why don't you calculate how many more times that treasure can be used? Tang Yen smiled. Although there was no limit to the number of times he could use the treasure, he could only activate a shield every minute. So if there were a lot of attacks, he definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Hey, you're also a formation master. He suddenly changed the topic. Chapter 3786. Ling Han smiled. Why? Can't I become an array master? Jin Yeshua was a little puzzled. A caste tripod realm cultivator bringing a foundation establishment realm cultivator into the historical site must be for his array skills. Otherwise, why would he bring a burden? It was not like an elder bringing a junior to gain experience. But looking at Tang Yan's expression, it seemed that he did not know that Ling Han was an array master, which was strange. Nonsense. Tang Yan quickly said, did you forget that you are an alchemy master? Did you forget that you just won the title of the strongest foundation establishment realm cultivator at Her Majesty's birthday? Now you are telling me that you also know array skills? Damn, are you trying to scare me to death? Is it true? Jin Yeshua's mouth was half open, and she looked at Ling Han. This time, she looked at him very seriously. Although she had observed Ling Han before, he was just a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Why would she spend so much effort? She just took a look to confirm his cultivation level and naturally did not pay attention to him anymore. She really could not tell that such a young man actually cultivated 3 things at the same time. Ling Han smiled slightly. It's not a bad thing to have more skills. It's not wrong to learn more. Tang Yen instantly suffered a huge blow. He wasn't old, but he relied on his own talent and the support of his clan to rush to the caste tripod realm. He had always been complacent about this achievement, as it was an incredible achievement. But compared to Ling Han, yes, he was not as good as him in martial art, but first, his potential was not inferior. Second, he dabbled in alchemy and array skills at the same time, and he even refined the foundation establishment elixir. In the future, his achievements in alchemy were limitless. Cultivating both alchemy and martial arts was already amazing enough, but now he had another identity, and he was actually an array master. Damn it. It was really frustrating to compare oneself with others. Sigh. He sighed. I also want to learn more skills, but I don't have the time. Okay, don't moan without reason. I will break the array first. Ling Han said, come, you continue forward and activate the array. I need to observe more before I can make a judgment. Tang Yan's face suddenly darkened. You want me to be beaten? Then I will go. Ling Han smiled. Tang Yan waved his hand. Forget it. I'll do it. He had secret treasures that could protect his life, but did Ling Han have any? He walked forward again. Suddenly, a ray of light shot over. This time, it was clear that it had turned into a sword of light. Tang Yen couldn't block it at all. Pang, he was struck head-on, and then he hurriedly retreated. Ling Han took in all of this. Then, he closed his eyes. His eyeballs were trembling slightly. This was him making high-speed deductions. What he saw was not only the attack of the light sword, but also the changes in the entire garden. Based on the arrangement of the flower bed, I can conclude that this is the Luo Wang White Bird Formation. Ling Han said in his heart. He then said, Brother Tang, go out again. This time, stand on the second brick in the third row. Left or right? Tang Yen asked. There were 4 bricks in that row. Left? Ling Han really wanted to kick him. Did you count from right to left? Tang Yen didn't dare to act rashly. After a minute, the secret treasure could be activated again. He jumped out again and landed on the stone that Ling Han had mentioned. Huh! No light sword shot out. He was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Ling Han, you really broke the formation. Don't be happy too early. There are many changes to the King Luo's White Bird Formation. I need to observe it a few more times before I can be sure exactly which kind of change it is, Ling Han said calmly, not cheering or jumping for joy. Okay. Tang Yen nodded. He hadn't been attacked yet, which meant that Ling Han's strength in formations was extraordinary. Jean Yeshua also saw this, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She seemed to be thinking about something. Tang Yen walked forward again. Xiao, the light sword shot over again. After he was hit, he hurriedly retreated to a safe place. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, the third brick in the 5th row in front of you. All right. Tang Yen jumped out and landed on the brick that Ling Han had mentioned. As expected, he wasn't attacked. Yes. He gave Ling Han a thumbs up. Ling Han shook his head. Stop fooling around. Keep walking. I still have to get beaten up. Tang Yen was a little depressed. Ling Han just chuckled and ignored him. Tang Yen was just joking. He took another step forward. Huh? No attack came. Tang Yen had already prepared to retreat, but he never would have thought that the brick he had randomly chosen was actually a safe zone. Ling Han was speechless. This guy's luck was really good. Huh, I'm really blessed. Tang Yen laughed. Yes. Ling Han also laughed and started walking forward. He turned his head and said to Jean Yeshua, follow the brick I've stepped on. Okay. Jean Yeshua nodded. Although she was a descendant of the Jean clan, she lacked understanding of this place. After 2 steps, Ling Han was already standing behind Tang Yen. At this time, he had completely mastered this formation. It was impossible to break it, but it was not a problem to find a safe route from it. He jumped again and landed on the 4th brick. This made Tang Yan's heart jump. Ling Han didn't have a secret treasure. If he was hit by that light, a raw core level attack would be enough to kill him hundreds of times. Fortunately, there was no light slash. Tang Yen heaved a sigh of relief and found that his palms were actually a little sweaty. Swoosh. Ling Han jumped again and landed on the 5th brick. Follow me, he said. Tang Yen and Jean Yeshua quickly followed him. Their movements were neat and uniform. They jumped together. One landed behind Ling Han, and the other behind Jean Yeshua. Tang Yen let Jean Yeshua go first while he brought up the rear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, several figures flew across the sky and landed on the square outside. Hey, someone actually activated the mechanism and made the ancient site reappear. Who are you from the ancient ghost clan? There were 5 people in the group, 3 men and 2 women. They looked very young, but each of them had cultivation at the cauldron forging realm and exuded a powerful aura. What ancient ghost clan? Tang Yen and Jin Yeshua were confused, but Ling Han had a flash of inspiration. The blood-sucking true lord he had killed had most likely fought with someone for the treasure map. In the end, he had lost a leg and suffered a serious injury to his chest. His combat strength had plummeted, and he actually had to control others to bring his blood to heal. Then, could his competitors have also seen the treasure map? That would at least be a spirit transformation true lord. With the memory of such an expert, it should not be difficult for them to have a photographic memory. Perhaps that expert had also been seriously injured, so he sent his juniors over. Anyway, he remembered where it was. Of course, this was only Ling Han's guess. How dare you disrespect Lord? Ling Han decided to bluff and immediately shouted. Chapter 3788. There was nothing much to say. They were definitely going to the cultivation library. Jin Yeshua led the way, and they chose to turn left. They had to pass a bamboo garden first. It had been so long, and it had been buried at the bottom of the lake, but the bamboo garden was still green. Hey, this is 9-ringed bamboo. Tang Yen exclaimed. This can be made into a 3-star treasure. This thing takes 10,000 years to grow, and it can wait for people to die. He continued, growing to 90,000 years is the limit. There are many old bamboos that have died of old age, and they are all more than 90,000 years old. What a waste. It needs to be soaked in boundless water for 3 years, and it will not rot. It can last 1,000,000 years. What a waste, what a waste. He was heartbroken. Ling Han took a look, and then chopped up a few stalks of 9-ringed bamboo that had reached a certain age. He gave each of them 2 stalks, and said with a smile, the bamboo planted on the walkway is all 9-ringed bamboo, and is used for ornamental purposes. Miss Jean, your ancestors must have been incredibly glorious. Jin Yeshua nodded. They are indeed quite famous. I'm looking forward to it even more. Tang Yen rubbed his hands. There won't be a sage technique, will there? Of course not. Jin Yeshua shook her head. The Jin family has never produced a sage. I'm sorry to disappoint you. How could that be? Tang Yen quickly said. There wasn't before, but there will be in the future. Jin Yeshua was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he was talking about her. She couldn't help but smile sweetly. Suddenly, the iceberg was unsealed, and she was infinitely charming. Tang Yen stared at her. This guy who forgot his friends in love. Ling Han shook his head and went straight ahead. The Jin residence was very big. After walking for a while, they arrived at the place. In front of him was a small building, and in front of the small building, there was a stone pai shio guarding it. Ling Han took out the frigid water gold and looked at it. To open the door, the mechanism is behind the pishio. I'll go open it. Tang Yen quickly ran over. But before he could reach it, he saw that the stone pai shio actually came to life, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards him. Crack. Tang Yen didn't have time to dodge and was bitten. Pishio swayed left and right. After chewing a few times, he threw Tang Yen out. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Pishio, on the other hand, returned to his original spot and sat down, turning back into a stone statue. Fuck. Tang Yen struggled to crawl up. Just now, the secret treasure on his body had already been activated, but it was completely useless. It had been bitten through by Pishio, but strangely, he had actually only suffered a slight injury. Logically speaking, Tang Yen was no different from a small fish if he could even shatter a life core level shield with a single bite. He would become a rotten fish with a single bite. Therefore, it was not that Tang Yen was lucky, but that Pishio had no intention of killing him. What should we do? Tang Yen was dumbfounded. Let's go together. You're in charge of attracting its attention, and I'll open the mechanism, Ling Han said. Tang Yan's face was full of black lines. Why can't I be the one to open the mechanism? Because you're a good match for it. Ling Han smiled. Pfft, you're the one who's a good match. Tang Yen cursed in his heart, but his realm was higher than Ling Han's, and he also had a secret treasure to protect him. No matter what, he was more resistant to beatings than Ling Han, so he had to go. Come. After saying this, he immediately rushed out. Meanwhile, Shirpishio also responded, suddenly standing up. Come chase me. Tang Yan's seduction was successful, and he quickly ran. Shirpishio chased, a little dazed. Ling Han also quickly jumped out, but just as he jumped out, he saw that Shirpishio's body tremble, and in its original position, another one actually appeared. Fuck. This Shirpishio also immediately rushed out, biting towards Ling Han. Its strength was too terrifying, and it was very likely to have reached the true self level. No matter how monstrous Ling Han was, he was still only at the foundation establishment stage. He couldn't resist at all, and was bitten and violently abused. When Shirpishio had played enough, it opened its mouth and spat out. Pooh! Ling Han fell to the ground. So miserable. On the other side, the one chasing Tang Yen had also completed its mission. It trotted all the way back, and then merged with the other Shirpishio, becoming one again. I say, what kind of rotten idea did you come up with? Tang Yen came back with his hands on his waist. Ling Han spread his hands. I didn't know there would be such a change either. Fortunately, Shirpishio didn't kill them, and only bit them to the point where their bodies hurt. What do we do now? Tang Yen said gloomily. Let me do it. Jin Yeshua stood out. You're not its opponent. Tang Yen hurriedly said, his flower protection attribute completely activated. I'm not going to fight it. Jin Yeshua said as she walked forward. When Shirpishio woke up, she bit her finger, and blood immediately seeped out. That Shirpishio's movements stopped abruptly, and it stared blankly at Jin Yeshua, as if it had turned into a stone statue again. Jin Yeshua walked over and smeared the blood on Shirpishio's forehead. She then turned around and said, the ancestral blood can freeze it for about half an hour. Let's go in immediately. Tang Yen and Ling Han both nodded and went to the stone statue to turn on the mechanism. Crack, crack, crack. The door of the small building immediately opened. They entered and saw that it was full of bookshelves. Some had books, some had jade plates, and some had beast skins and stone pieces. There aren't any precious secret arts on the first floor. Let's go to the second floor, Jin Yeshua said. Ling Han and Tang Yen both nodded. Although Jin Yeshua had never been here before, she was still a member of the Jin family and would know more than them. They went up to the second floor. The layout here was similar to the one below, and there were still rows of bookshelves covered in dust. Ling Han picked up a book, but it immediately turned to dust. Too much time had passed. Tang Yen and Jin Yeshua were also looking, but without exception, ordinary books couldn't be preserved for tens of thousands of years. They would have long decayed, but this place had never been touched, so it maintained the appearance of a book, but it would shatter with a touch. What about the stone pieces and jade plates? Blood Moon 13 Palms. 1000 Transformations Fist Manual. Night Sutra. They found many excellent cultivation arts, but they were only at the true self level. There were no treasured arts at the perfected lord or sect master level. Could it be that the strongest ancestor of the Jin family was only at the true self level? If that was the case, the old monster would have died with grievances. A perfected lord spirit transformation had died for a mere treasure at the true self level? Haha. Ling Han didn't believe it. He had been secretly observing Jin Yeshua. She was a descendant of the Jin family. If there were precious treasured arts, she should know where to put them. Although Jin Yeshua didn't move and search the bookshelves like Ling Han and Tang Yen, she would look at a place every once in a while. It was very hidden. If not for the fact that Ling Han had been observing her, he definitely wouldn't have noticed it. What was there? Ling Han walked over, and his divine sense immediately discovered that Jin Yeshua looked slightly nervous. Chapter 3789. In front of Ling Han was a wall. There was nothing else. He reached out and knocked on the brick. It was a dull sound. Ling Han switched to another brick and knocked again. It was the same. He moved again. After changing more than 10 bricks, the sound changed and became a very crisp one. He smiled, but it was hollow. "Tang Yen, Miss Jean," he called. Tang Yen walked over with a blank expression, but Jin Yeshua had an admiring smile. "I couldn't hide it from you." Ling Han simply smiled faintly. "Huh? What secret signal are you using? I don't understand it." Tang Yen looked confused. "It's right that you don't understand." Ling Han pointed at the brick. "Come, smash it." Jin Yeshua shook her head. "Don't worry, it's not dangerous." She walked forward and slapped down. Pa, the stone shattered. She reached in again, and when she took it out, there was an iron box in her hand. Huh? Tang Yan's eyes widened. Jin Yeshua opened the box. There were 3 things inside. 2 thin books and a piece of animal skin. When Ling Han's gaze swept over the animal skin, his heart involuntarily beat. He had seen this thing once. "Can I take a look first?" He pointed at the animal skin. "Up to you." Jin Yeshua nodded. "We've already agreed that everyone will have a share of the techniques and treasured skills we obtain." Ling Han took out the animal skin and spread it out. Jin Yeshua and Tang Yen each took out a book. "Hiss, the Daluo Heaven treasured skill." Tang Yan's voice trembled. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Jin Yeshua. You're a descendant of the Hengfeng dynasty's Jin clan?" "That's right." Jin Yeshua nodded proudly. There was an indescribable air of nobility about her. Ling Han's heart trembled. He had guessed correctly. What was recorded on this animal skin was the spirit diagram of destruction. He had only mastered a part of it, and this was another part. Ling Han didn't know if the 2 together could be complete because he hadn't started cultivating yet. He suppressed his excitement and said, "What Hengfeng dynasty?" "Let me say it." Jin Yeshua pressed her hand at Tang Yen. Her aura was so strong that Tang Yen couldn't help but shut his mouth. Before the Azure Dragon dynasty, it was the Hengfeng dynasty that ruled the Moonlight planet and the 36 planets. However, about 60,000 years ago, the emperor of the Hengfeng dynasty, Jin Yu, failed to become a saint and died. The Meng family, who were supposed to be loyal and assist the new emperor, suddenly betrayed the Jin family and slaughtered everyone in the Jin family. Fortunately, the late emperor of the Jin family had made arrangements just in case. He left a branch of his bloodline in the outside world, and no one knew about it. That's how we escaped this disaster. However, in order to prevent the Meng clan from finding the ancestral land of the Jin clan, the ancestors would rather die and cover up the ancestral land. Because of this, the branch of the Jin clan couldn't find the ancestral land. Generation after generation, they hid their hatred for the Meng clan and searched for the whereabouts of the ancestral land. Ling Han was surprised. He didn't expect Jin Yeshua to have such a great background. Jin Yeshua looked at Tang Yen. "Young lord, do you still dare to ask for the paragon technique here? You know who I am?" Tang Yen was a little surprised. "Who hasn't heard of you?" Jin Yeshua said indifferently. Tang Yen couldn't help but frown. As soon as the Meng clan rose to power, they immediately began to whitewash themselves. After tens of thousands of years, ordinary people knew that there was only one Meng clan in the Moonlight planet. However, the truth was still passed down among some major forces. There were even some forces loyal to the Jin clan. They were waiting for the descendants of the Jin clan to appear one day and overthrow the Meng clan. If he took the Jin clan's inheritance, it would be equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the Meng clan unless he handed over the things here immediately. This included Jin Yeshua. This made him feel conflicted. Jin Yeshua was the first woman who had moved his heart, and the Jin clan's ancestor was actually qualified to become a saint. This showed how powerful the Jin clan's inheritance was. The Meng clan had never stopped searching for the Jin clan. First, they wanted to kill them all, and second, they wanted the Jin clan's paragon technique. Would Tang Yen be willing to give up the opportunity to become a saint? Moreover, even if he handed it over, would the Meng clan believe that he didn't have a backup? Even if it was just to be safe, they would probably kill him. Then Tang Yen only had one choice, and that was to remain silent and never reveal a single secret. With such a vigilant heart, would he still be loyal to the Meng clan? What a huge lightning bolt. Tang Yen sighed. If Jin Yeshua had told him earlier that this was the Hengfeng dynasty's ancestral land, he could have immediately gone back to report and not set foot here. But now, he could only go all the way. Jin Yeshua smiled faintly. You can cultivate the Jin clan's paragon technique. How can you be so picky? That's true. Tang Yen smiled bitterly. This was at least a venerable level paragon technique, and there was still a chance for it to reach the saint level in the future. Ling Han had already finished reading the contents of the animal skin. Naturally, he didn't have time to cultivate it. He just memorized the extremely complicated symbols that were constantly changing after being integrated into his mind, and then put it back into the box. First, memorize the contents of the paragon technique, Jin Yeshua said. I'll take the original copy. You don't mind, right? We don't mind. Ling Han and Tang Yen both said. This was a secret technique passed down from their ancestors, and it was already very generous of them to let them study it. After Tang Yen and Jin Yeshua finished reading the books in their hands, the three of them exchanged and continued to read. The paragon technique in Ling Han's hands was the Daluo Heaven Treasure technique. This was a secret technique, and when used, its power was infinite. Back then, the Jin clan had used the celestial scripture and the Daluo Heaven Treasure technique to sweep across the land and achieve imperial hegemony. This was the true foundation of the Jin clan. Hey, what is this? Why can't I understand it at all? Jin Yeshua held the animal skin, her face full of confusion. Was there something wrong with her brain? Why did the symbols on the animal skin look like scribbles? Let me have a look. Tang Yen leaned over and was instantly dumbfounded. What was this, scribbles? Ling Han, can you understand it? He asked Ling Han. Yes, this is a spirit map. Ling Han didn't hide it. In any case, whether he knew about spirit maps or not was one thing, but whether he could learn it was another. He had only mastered it because of the thousands of planes in his body. It was very strange. Really? Tang Yen looked at the animal skin again, but still couldn't see anything. This was definitely scribbles. How could it be a spirit map? But if it wasn't a high-grade spirit map, why would the Jin clan's ancestor keep it in the box with the two great treasured techniques? The treasure was right in front of him, but he could only stare at it. There was nothing more sorrowful than this in the world. Chapter 3790. Can you understand it? Tang Yen did not give up, and asked Ling Han. Ling Han nodded. Almost. Tang Yen was shocked. Why could Ling Han understand it but he couldn't? Was there such a big gap between their martial art talent and comprehension ability? The point was, this was just a bunch of scribbles. Did it have anything to do with comprehension? Jin Yeshua also showed a look of doubt, thinking that Ling Han was bragging. Ling Han didn't explain and just flipped through the Daluo Heaven Precious technique in his hand. Although this precious technique couldn't be compared with the Demon Monkey Fist, it was barely comparable to the three styles of the War God and could enrich Ling Han's techniques. He quickly finished flipping through the book and the content of the book had been completely memorized. It automatically evolved in his mind. The three of them exchanged again and Ling Han got the celestial scripture. He flipped through it. This was a technique created by a master of the 4 extreme realms, but it was limited to the 4 extreme realms. Unless someone from the Jin family entered the Sage realm and continued to write this technique, they wouldn't be able to get the Sage manual. When it came to the foundation establishment level, the celestial scripture was definitely not as good as the ancient Yang scripture, but Ling Han only got the foundation establishment manual. Now he wasn't far from casting a cauldron, but he obviously couldn't go back to heavenly starry sky for a while. Therefore, he couldn't get the cauldron casting manual of the ancient Yang scripture for the time being. This celestial scripture was just right for him. Besides, he could read 2 high-level techniques at the same time and learn from each other's strengths. After memorizing the celestial scripture, Ling Han put the book back into the box. Tang Yen did the same, and Jin Yeshua also put the box away. The division was complete. Jin Yeshua showed a touch of relief. After regaining the ancestral technique, the rise of the Jin family was hopeful. Tang Yen was also very satisfied. He could immediately change to the celestial scripture and his strength would have a linear improvement in a short period of time. Ling Han was also very satisfied. He unexpectedly obtained another part of the spirit map of destruction energy. Once he successfully cultivated it, his battle prowess would definitely increase by a large margin. There should be an herb garden and a pill room here, but I don't know how many of them are left after so many years, Jin Yeshua said with some emotion. The Jin family had once been glorious, ruling over dozens of planets, but now they were like dogs in water, not daring to reveal their identity. Thinking of Jin Yeshua's identity, Tang Yen couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, Jin Yeshua and the Meng clan were irreconcilable enemies. If he wanted to pursue Jin Yeshua, he would have to stand against the Meng clan. If he went back and told his family, his legs would be broken, and he would never see Jin Yeshua again. He could only pretend that the 2 of them had never met. The 3 of them plundered all the cultivation methods and precious techniques on the bookshelves. Although their value couldn't compare to the Muddy Heaven technique and Great Overarching Heaven precious technique, there was no reason to leave them here to waste. Then they went downstairs and out the door. Just as they descended a few steps, they saw 5 people walking towards them. They were Nangong Qian and the others who had clashed with Ling Han and the others. This was really the case of enemies meeting and their eyes turning red. The green-clothed woman's eyes immediately turned red. She drew her sword and charged towards them. There shouldn't be any formations here, right? Unfortunately, there weren't any formations, but there was a stone pishio. Half an hour had passed, and the blood left by Jin Yeshua had dried up. The stone pishio had already returned to normal. It quickly rushed out and bit the green-clothed woman. After chewing for a while, it spat the green-clothed woman out. Junior sister. The other 4 hurriedly rushed forward, only to see that the green-clothed woman's wound that had been bandaged was bleeding again. The stone pishio didn't kill, and the injuries it caused were very light. However, the green-clothed woman was already heavily injured, and after being tossed around like this, her wound naturally reopened. Tang Yen laughed. Come, all 5 of you come at me together. I can take you on alone. Humph. The green-clothed man took out the statue again, causing the expressions of Ling Han and the others to change. This Dharma artifact's destructive power was shocking. They hurriedly retreated back into the building, but the green-clothed man didn't care at all. Whoosh, a ray of light shot out and hit the building. With a bang, a corner of the building was blasted open. What made Ling Han and the others depressed was that the stone pishio didn't move at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every once in a while, a ray of light would shoot over. In a few moments, the entire building was on the verge of collapse. What do we do? Tang Yen frowned. Later, split up and run, said Ling Han. There was no hope of fighting. First, the other party had 5 cast cauldrons, and second, there was that terrifying Dharma artifact. Only Tang Yen could resist it for a while. Miss Jean and I are cast cauldrons, so we can run. But what about you? Tang Yen shook his head, disagreeing with this plan. When it comes to running, I can still compete with cast cauldrons. Ling Han was full of confidence. Tang Yen looked at him in disbelief. Boom! The entire building was collapsing. Rubble fell, and dust flew everywhere. Jin Yeshua couldn't help but urge them. You two don't need to look at each other so affectionately. What's your decision? Hurry up. Let's go. Ling Han didn't give Tang Yen any chance to hesitate. He rushed out first, activating so close, yet worlds apart. His speed was astonishing. Damn! Tang Yen couldn't help but stare. Ling Han's speed wasn't much slower than his. You take the rear. Jin Yeshua also rushed out. Ha, Grandpa Tang is here too. Tang Yen used his movement technique, but he deliberately slowed down. He had a secret treasure to protect himself, so he had to absorb a wave of attacks first to create an opportunity for Ling Han and Jin Yeshua to escape. Nangong Qian and the others also didn't expect the three of them to run like this. But after a moment of shock, the green-clothed man immediately used his divine sense to say, Junior Sister Wu, you go after the foundation building cultivator. Junior Sister Nangong and I will go after the cast cauldron cultivator. Junior Brother Qian and Junior Brother Zhao, go after the woman. Okay. The other four nodded and chased after their own targets. His distribution was very reasonable. Ling Han was the weakest, so even if the green-clothed woman had lost an arm, it wouldn't be difficult to take him down. Tang Yen should be the strongest, and he had a defensive secret treasure on him, so he needed to use a powerful killing weapon to break through it. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Everyone used their movement techniques, and their speed was very fast. Ling Han didn't fly. The entire Jin clan was protected by a formation, so he couldn't fly to a place that was too high. Otherwise, he would immediately be attacked by the formation. He just ran on the ground, using each house to shake off the pursuers behind him. But the green-clothed woman had suffered twice, and she had even lost an arm. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. She chased after Ling Han relentlessly, determined to take him down. Although Ling Han's so close, yet worlds apart was fast, it was still limited by his realm. After running for a dozen or so minutes, his opponent gradually caught up. Die! The green-clothed woman slashed out with her sword. Shua, a sword light shot out. It was entwined with frost energy, and it was extremely cold as it chased after Ling Han. Ling Han humphed. Without even turning his head, he shot out a punch. Peng, the force of his punch landed on the sword light, and was instantly slashed apart. However, with this obstruction, the sword chi also slowed down for a moment. In the end, it did not catch up to him. Chapter 3792. When the green-robed woman heard this, she immediately became spirited. Her broken arm was actually not the fault of Ling Han and the others. Although it was also because of them, when her waist was smashed, it was completely because of Ling Han. Now that she heard that Ling Han was still here, she couldn't help but become spirited. She brandished her sword and was about to rush in, but she had already suffered, so she immediately stopped and asked Nangong Qian, Senior Sister Nangong, the formation here has been broken. Nangong Qian nodded. The green-robed woman no longer had any misgivings and rushed out with her sword. With her 4 senior brothers and sisters overseeing things, she naturally had no fear. But when she rushed into the pill room, she saw nothing. He slipped away. She said hatefully. The other 4 naturally followed her in, but they couldn't help but reveal looks of disappointment. It was obvious that this place had been ransacked, and there wasn't a single good thing left. Damn it. The black-robed man pressed down with his palm. He was currently filled with anger, how could he not vent it? Boom, boom, boom. He continuously struck out with his palm, naturally hitting an empty place. But on the 7th palm strike, a figure actually appeared out of thin air and rushed towards him. This was really too sudden. The black-robed man completely didn't expect that he had just casually struck out to vent his anger. How could a person appear in such a hurry? He also had no way to increase his strength, but a cast cauldron was still a cast cauldron. In such a critical moment, he still took out a triangular shield and protected himself. Bang! Ling Han's fist landed on the opponent's shield, causing him to slide back a few steps. He didn't continue fighting and directly rushed out of the door. Nangong Qian and the others were stunned for a moment before they reacted. That Foundation establishment brat. Chase. So he's still here. The treasures in the pill room must have been taken by him. Maybe there's even a cultivation technique. Take him down. The 5 of them became excited and hurriedly chased after him. The green-robed woman's face was filled with killing intent. Her current hatred for Ling Han far exceeded her desire for the treasures. She only had one thought, and that was to kill Ling Han. Ling Han had no other choice. He had hidden himself well, but that man in black suddenly went crazy, and sent out a flurry of palm strikes. Just now, if he had not made a move, he would still have been forced to reveal himself after being hit by the power of the palm strikes. It couldn't be helped. He was only wrapped in the void beast skin, so he couldn't completely enter the void. Ling Han activated Imminent Skyline and flew all the way. Nangong Qian and the other 4 were in hot pursuit. At this moment, the difference in strength between them could be seen. The green-robed man and the black-robed man were faster and were rapidly catching up to Ling Han, while the other 3 were slowly closing the distance between them. Hee, you won't be able to escape, sneered the azure-robed man. He hadn't expected that there would be a fish that had slipped through the net, and a big one at that. Stand still obediently and hand over the cultivation technique and elixirs. If you do that, I might even grant you a quick death, the black-clothed man said. Ling Han ignored them. These 2 just wanted to disturb his state of mind. Naturally, he would not fall for their tricks. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The azure-robed man took out the statue. Senior brother. The black-robed man hurriedly called out. They had to capture him alive, and the destructive power of this light pillar was too terrifying. They didn't want to destroy both the medicinal pill and the cultivation technique. It's fine. I'll just aim at his legs. The azure-robed man grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. The black-robed man nodded. As long as the person didn't die and the treasures didn't break, it was fine. The green-robed man immediately began to activate his spirit tool. His eyes shone with white light, and it was at this moment that a frightening mental attack struck him, causing him to involuntarily feel an indescribable fear. Xiao, the beam of light shot out, but it completely lost its aim. The black-robed man was given a fright, because this light pillar was now shooting towards him. Senior brother, what's going on? He roared. With his cultivation, if he was struck by this light pillar, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. The destructive power was too terrifying. The azure-robed man came back to his senses. He was somewhat at a loss and said, I don't know who attacked my knowledge sea just now, but it caused me to lose focus. Senior brother, it's that brat. The green-robed woman transmitted her voice from behind. He has a spiritual attack technique that is extremely difficult to block. So that's how it is. The azure-robed man sneered. He waited for a moment, and when he recovered, he once again activated his magic tool. But this time, he used his telekinesis to protect his knowledge sea and formed a secret shield outside his body. He hadn't even launched his attack when the baleful aura attacked him again. So what if he had set up layers upon layers of defense? He still couldn't completely block the baleful aura attack. He only felt a pain in his head and his attack involuntarily flew out, deviating ridiculously. This brat is so fucking hard to deal with. He couldn't help but roar. This foundation-building cultivator was too terrifying. His speed was comparable to that of a cauldron-casting cultivator, and under his frequent attacks, his junior sister had thrown away her armor and fled in a sorry state. If such a person stepped into the cauldron-casting realm, just how terrifying would he become? Kill, I must kill him today. His murderous intent became extremely firm. There is no need for all of you to follow him. All of you spread out to every corner. This place is only so big, and we will definitely be able to intercept him, he said. The black-robed man and the other three nodded and spread out at the same time, going in different directions. Only the azure-robed man was still in hot pursuit. As a result, Ling Han was under a lot of pressure. As he ran, there was a possibility that someone would suddenly appear in front of him and launch an attack. Such a sneak attack might even be an expert of the cast tripod realm. The more the situation was like this, the calmer Ling Han was. He fiercely rushed back and put on a posture of fighting with the azure-robed man. Huh, what a fool. The azure-robed man sneered. I am at the heaven tripod realm. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. He took the attack head-on and kept the statue's magic tool. Instead, he used a rod. As he swept, endless energy boiled and turned into a dazzling brilliance. There were runes everywhere, and its power was unimaginable. Not only was he a heaven tripod, but he was also a silver tripod. His combat strength was much higher than a bronze tripod of the same grade. Without hesitation, Ling Han took out the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda. Streaks of primal aura descended and waited for him. The lightning flashed and shot towards the azure-robed man. Buzz! The baleful aura attack hit first, causing the azure-robed man to pause for a moment. Then, with a thought from Ling Han, the heavenly pattern jade also shot out. His feet circulated near, yet worlds apart, and the demon monkey fist wrapped in destructive energy followed closely behind. In just a single exchange, Ling Han had already revealed almost all his trump cards, except for the Heaven Dao Flame in the Primal Chaos Extreme Thunder Pagoda. Bang! The baleful aura attack hit, but the azure-robed man was already prepared, and the impact on him was negligible. Just as the heavenly pattern jade was about to hit, a piece of brocade cloth appeared in front of him. PFFF. The heavenly pattern jade smashed onto it, but it was wrapped by the brocade cloth and couldn't be torn apart. Instead, it was trapped in a net. The end of this chapter. Chapter 3793. Ling Han charged over, the light of lightning exploding, and the demon monkey fist also swept over with destructive energy. Ha, how courageous. The azure-robed man laughed coldly. He was at the heaven cauldron tier. No matter how monstrous his opponent was, a mere foundation establishment tier cultivator was no match for him. He put away the brocade cloth and swept out with his staff. Ling Han activated his eye technique, and his feet moved. He actually broke through the azure-robed man's staff shadows. What? The azure-robed man was startled. His sweep had not been done casually, it was a type of staff technique. Although it was just a sweep, it was filled with dense energy, as if a large net had been spread out. Under such circumstances, his opponent had actually been able to seize that tiny opening to rush out. His eyesight was far too profound. But there was no time for him to sigh with emotion. He hurriedly abandoned his staff, clenched his hands into fists, and charged at Ling Han. As the saying went, the whip was too long to help. At this moment, the staff was too long to help. Now that his opponent had closed in, the staff was unable to turn around. Boom! Their fists collided, and terrifying energy collided. Ling Han was unsurprisingly sent flying, crashing heavily into a wall. A large hole was blasted open, and he continued to fly backwards. After crashing through 7 walls, Ling Han finally fell to the ground. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered, and he could not move a single finger. But there was no time for him to rest. He hurriedly forced himself to his feet, took out a void beast skin, and put it on. He concealed his figure and quietly left. Shio, the azure-robed man had already rushed over. He stared at the place where Ling Han had fallen, but there was no trace of Ling Han now. Not good, he had escaped. He was filled with hatred, and he wanted to vent his anger with a random attack, but he suddenly discovered that there was a kind of energy on his fist that was corroding him. What was this? He was shocked. Although this energy was weak, it was incomparably tenacious. He had already used his secret power to expel it, but he had not been able to completely remove it, and it was still wreaking havoc on him. Although the damage was not very great, it was like maggots in his bones, and it was extremely annoying. Just how many secret techniques did this brat know? The azure-robed man's eyes were filled with greed. The Dharma tools that his opponent had used and the fist techniques that he had used were all wrapped in mysterious, high-level energy. If he could obtain them all, just how powerful would he become? I will definitely find you. He sent out a signal to summon Nangong Qian and the others. Where is he? The green-clothed woman immediately asked. I let him escape, the azure-robed man said. However, I also injured him. Since he was injured by senior apprentice brother, how did he manage to escape? Asked the black-robed man suspiciously. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Qian and the other two turned their gazes over. The green-robed man's face sank. You don't believe me? Hee. The black-robed man smirked coldly. He was very suspicious that the black-robed man had kept the treasures for himself, and then lied and said that Ling Han had escaped. The green-robed man took out the heavenly rune jade and said, that Foundation establishment brat attacked me with this telekinesis magic artifact, so I had no choice but to dodge. That's why he slipped away. You know that kid has a way to hide his tracks. That's true. The other four were skeptical. This sounded reasonable, but only the green-robed man knew the truth. Junior apprentice Sister Nangong, please guard the door. You know formations and won't let that brat slip away. The green-robed man started assigning tasks. The four of us will form groups of 2 and continue searching for that brat. This distribution was reasonable, so the four of them nodded and believed it for the time being. They once again split up. They were determined to find Ling Han. There were many houses in this place. Ling Han casually entered a house, closed the door, and found a corner to sit down. He hurriedly drew out an alchemical pill and swallowed it. In the last strike, he fought with the green-robed man, breaking several of his bones and severely injuring his internal organs. His injuries were quite serious, and he needed immediate treatment. I can barely match the enemy's cauldron. Heaven Cauldron's attack injured me. Ling Han shook his head. There was nothing he could do about it. The gap between him and Heaven Cauldron was too great. He was already lucky to be able to escape. The heavenly rune jade is in the enemy's hands. I have to get it back, murmured Ling Han. The problem was, how? Unless I break through to casting cauldron. Ling Han took out the elixirs he had obtained from the pill room and opened them one by one to identify them. Many of the pills were already deformed, turning into a paste, sticking to the bottom of the bottle. Naturally, a lot of the medicinal effects had also been lost. This bottle should be for breaking through. The original effect should be enough for the truth self realm. Right now, it should only be able to help foundation forging and foundation forging. This is for raising cultivation. Too much of the effect has been lost. It should be just right for my current level. I'll break through here and settle the score with those 5. Ling Han wasn't one to suffer losses. How could he not be angry after being chased by Nangong Qian and the other 4? He dug out some paste from the bottle and swallowed it. This was an elixir that could raise cultivation. A moment later, he felt his stomach heat up as if it was about to burn. Vigorous energy surged within his body, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Damn, I miscalculated. Although the effect has been weakened, it's still beyond my current level. I've already eaten it. I can only endure it. Ling Han gritted his teeth. The energy in his body was too terrifying, and he felt like he was about to explode. He even felt like his body had doubled in size. Of course, this was just an illusion, but it also showed how shocking the energy in his body was. He couldn't control it at all. Ling Han could only circulate the sky ancient Yang scripture to convert this energy into secret force to strengthen his immortal Tao's foundation. Pa, the energy rampaged. His bones and internal organs had already suffered heavy injuries, and he had just barely managed to reattach them. However, with such an impact, they were instantly broken again. So bitter. Ling Han endured the pain and did his best to absorb the energy in his body. Only by enduring the medicinal effect would he be able to recover. Half a day later, the medicinal effect finally stabilized. Ling Han was panting heavily, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, mixing with his blood. He had really lost half of his life. Now, his whole body was like a pile of mud. There was not a single bone or muscle in his body that was intact. But his cultivation had advanced a lot. He hadn't suffered for nothing. Using this kind of method to rapidly increase my cultivation level, the price is my own life. Ling Han sighed with emotion. Though the medicinal effects were rich, and contained a large amount of energy in itself, it was a destructive method that could allow his cultivation level to advance by leaps and bounds. It was definitely consuming his future lifespan. Ling Han didn't regret living for a few more years, but what was the point of living like a coward? As a man, he should be able to repay kindness and enmity, and laugh proudly at the world. I can't stay here any longer. Ling Han murmured. He had already stayed here for so long, and the five would definitely take their time to find him. He needed to find another place. Chapter 3794. Ling Han walked out of the house. Not long after, he saw a man in a green robe and a woman in a green robe walking side by side from a distance. He quickly hid in a corner and suppressed the blood flow in his body so that the blood wouldn't flow and expose him. Fortunately, the two of them were searching the houses one by one and didn't pay attention to the roads. Ling Han took the opportunity to move and quickly moved. Not long after, the man in a green robe and the woman in a green robe found the place where Ling Han was hiding and found a large pool of blood on the ground. Found it. This guy is really seriously injured. Unfortunately, we are still a step late. It's alright. Now that the door is guarded, he is just a turtle in a jar and will fall into our hands sooner or later. Let's go. The two of them continued to chase. This time, Ling Han didn't go into the house. Instead, he found a dense forest, dug a hole, and buried himself in it. Anyway, he was already at the Foundation establishment realm and didn't need to eat or breathe to live well. He suppressed his injuries and took a little more medicinal paste. This time, he really only took a little bit. The energy in his body boiled again, but this time, it was still within a controllable range. In just an hour, Ling Han completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy, and his cultivation improved significantly again. Ling Han kept taking the medicinal paste. He was now filled with an evil aura. He must break through the tripod casting realm and settle the score with those 5 people. The next morning, Ling Han didn't take any more medicinal paste. Instead, he faced the morning sun and breathed in and out the heaven and earth essence. This was something that couldn't be found in the medicinal paste. Then, he continued to take the medicinal paste and continued to cultivate. Logically speaking, even if it was a tonic, one shouldn't take it continuously. The resistance to the medicine was secondary, and medicine was 30% poisonous. Taking too much of it would only be harmful. But now, Ling Han didn't care about it and only wanted to improve his cultivation. If he took it continuously, the medicinal efficacy would naturally be weaker each time. But this medicinal paste was originally very powerful, and even though it was reduced by a lot, it still had a great effect on Ling Han. Of course, the disadvantages were also very obvious. After the accumulation of the medicinal toxins, not to mention the effects it would have on his body, at least for a short period of time, there would be no effect if he took other medicinal pills. 5 days later, Ling Han had already pushed his cultivation level to the peak of the foundational level. His injuries were also mostly healed. In these 5 days, he would move around at night, leaving bloodstains in different rooms, creating the illusion that he had been healing inside the room all along to confuse Nangong Qian and the others. It's time to attempt the forging cauldron. I've already tried. Even with the suppression of the imperial weapon, the life force in my body is not enough to withstand the shockwaves from 3 immortal foundations. Therefore, forming 4 immortal foundations is impossible. In fact, most people only have 1 immortal foundation, but I have 3. This is already inconceivable. I've broken the impossible twice. Now, I will attempt the casting cauldron. The star web is truly a good thing. As long as one is willing to spend money, a forging cauldron grade life fruit will immediately be delivered to their doorstep. Ling Han didn't eat the fruit of life right away because he had only reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm and hadn't found the opportunity to break through yet. He laid down on the ground and became one with the earth to begin his enlightenment. From foundational to cauldron forging, it sounded simple. It was to turn the immortal foundation into a cauldron. However, the transformation of form was only a representation. The real change was the leap of life. Ling Han released his divine sense and became one with the earth and the sky. Images surfaced in his mind. It was the scene of the bolder ancestral king's enlightenment in the past. Ling Han didn't obtain any of the monarch's techniques, but he did obtain something more valuable. The difficulties and crooked paths the monarch had to go through during his breakthrough. It was as if an almighty cultivator left behind a cultivation manual. It was extremely precious. From this, one could see how generous the monarch was to selflessly pass down his experience to his descendants. What Ling Han saw was the monarch's repeated failures, so there was no need for him to continue. 2 days later, he didn't emit any aura at all. It was as if he had turned into a corpse. However, inside his sea of knowledge, an extreme change was brewing and was about to happen. The 3 immortal foundation stones were undergoing a change. They were evolving in the direction of the cauldron, and Ling Han's body went from a deathly stillness to surging with astonishing energy. 3 cauldrons appearing at the same time. Ling Han didn't feel anything himself, but if outsiders saw this, they would definitely be shocked beyond belief. How were the minor realms of cauldron forging divided? It was simple. It depended on the number of immortal cauldrons. 1 cauldron was the human cauldron realm, 2 cauldrons was the earth cauldron realm, and 3 cauldrons was the heaven cauldron realm. But now, Ling Han was going to forge 3 immortal cauldrons at once. Didn't that mean he had skipped the human cauldron and earth cauldron stages and directly entered the heaven cauldron realm? Was there such a breakthrough method? But was there a second person in the world who could form 3 immortal foundation stones during foundational building? The impossible miracle created even more impossibilities. Boom, the energy of heaven and earth surged over. Originally, it couldn't be absorbed unless it was early in the morning, but now it surged into Ling Han's body of its own accord, replenishing his mystical power reserves and accelerating the transformation of his immortal cauldrons. Swish, swish, swish. Nangong Qian, the green-robed man, and the others all rushed over. The scene here was too shocking. The endless power of heaven and earth gathered here. As long as one was a cultivator, it was impossible not to notice it. Is there a supreme treasure coming out? The black-robed man's face was full of expectation. When such a phenomenon happened, it was usually the birth of a supreme treasure. Moreover, didn't they see that all the energy was gathering underground? Of course, the secret treasure came from underground, which was reasonable. The green-robed man muttered, after obtaining this treasure, "It's about time for us to leave. Otherwise, we might encounter a powerful enemy." Tang Yen and Jin Yeshua had escaped, and it was very likely that they would summon experts. Moreover, this island had surfaced, and as time passed, it would definitely attract people. Thus, they couldn't stay here forever. After all, they weren't from the Azure Dragon Empire, and they didn't want to be wiped out. Treasure. They all gathered around, wanting to dig up the earth for the treasure. Although Ling Han was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, his martial arts instincts were still there. He sensed the auras of the 5 people and immediately burst out of the earth. What treasure is this? Sacred medicine? That's very likely. Otherwise, how could it be humanoid? The azure-robed man and the other 4 are all excited and rushed forward. The green-robed woman's face was especially flushed. If she could obtain the panacea, she would be able to regrow her arm. What? Damn! However, they soon saw clearly that this was not some holy medicine, but that foundation establishment stage. Why is it you? The green-clothed woman was extremely disappointed. To her, even the sage's inheritance couldn't compare to her healthy body. We've finally found him. Capture him and let's hurry up and leave. The azure-robed man laughed. Chapter 3796. What are you celebrating? Tell me, so that I can be happy too. Ling Han's voice traveled over. The 5 people's cheers came to an abrupt halt, and they looked at Ling Han in disbelief. How was this possible? He had taken a blow from an artifact, and yet he was not injured at all. They could not help but tremble in fear. What kind of monster was this? Why could they not kill him? Ling Han smiled slightly. The stone statue's attack was indeed very strong, and even a heaven cauldron would not be able to withstand it. However, it was still far from reaching the level of a life core. If one had to forcibly compare it, it would be equivalent to 4 or even 5 cauldrons. However, Ling Han had broken through to 3 cauldrons. Although he had not completely mastered each cauldron, and he was a multi-star genius, his battle prowess should be equivalent to 5 cauldrons. Thus, this attack from an artifact was indeed something that he could not underestimate. However, it was not difficult for him to use his full strength to neutralize it. How is it possible that you are not dead? The green-clothed woman said through gritted teeth. Because I am strong, Ling Han said indifferently. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the green-clothed woman. With a flick of his finger, a gust of wind swept past, and fresh blood immediately burst out of the woman's forehead. Her knowledge sea was instantly shattered, and she died completely. Die. The green-clothed man hurriedly handed the artifact to the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man immediately activated the artifact, and a beam of light shot towards Ling Han. However, Ling Han shattered the beam of light with a single punch. He charged over, and his fist smashed towards the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man hurriedly took out his triangular shield and blocked in front of him. Peng, the fist smashed into the shield. The shield could not withstand it at all, and it sank at a terrifying speed. Ka ka ka, the sound of bones being crushed and broken rang out. The triangular shield had already been completely sealed on the ground, and there was fresh blood flowing from the surrounding area. Nangong Qian and the other 2 people were so frightened that their faces turned deathly pale. So what if they had a defensive artifact? This person did not use his fist to attack, but had directly smashed down in the most barbaric manner, crushing them into a meat patty. What kind of shocking strength was this? The 3 of them didn't even have the courage to risk their lives. The difference in strength was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Ling Han frowned and said, "Attack. I don't like to kill people who don't fight back." When the 3 of them heard this, their eyes lit up as if they had found a chance to live. All of them straightened their backs and looked like they were ready to die. Ling Han flicked his finger. Pooh, blood immediately blossomed from the green-robed man's forehead. Then, his body tilted and fell to the ground. His face was still filled with an expression of disbelief. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill those who don't resist? Just because I don't like him doesn't mean I won't kill him, Ling Han said calmly. Damn, are you kidding me? This was too much of a scam, too sinister. Nangong Qian and the red-robed man hurriedly raised their lowered weapons again and aimed them at Ling Han. However, they could not stop their bodies from trembling. Their hearts were filled with despair. How could there be such a freak? He had clearly just stepped into the casting cauldron realm, yet he could kill a sky cauldron realm expert with a flick of his finger. Do you have any last words? Ling Han asked. I promise I won't tell anyone about what happened today, and I will never come to Moonlight Planet again. Please spare my life, the red-robed man said as he lowered his head and begged for mercy. Ling Han was unmoved. If it was a swap, and Tang Yen or Jean Yeshua begged for mercy, would the other side let them go? No, he wouldn't. He punched out, and powerful energy roared. His fist turned into a heavy hammer, and a large number of runes exploded as it smashed toward the red-robed man. The red-robed man roared and swung the large blade in his hand. Pooh! The heavy hammer struck, and the large blade in the red-robed man's hand was instantly knocked away. The remaining force did not dissipate, and it continued to crush him. The fist force crushed the red-robed man, and he died completely. Ling Han looked at Nangong Qian again, his eyes cold. Nangong Qian hurriedly threw away the weapon in her hand and knelt on the ground. I am willing to submit to you. What use do you have? Ling Han asked calmly. I'm an array master, and I'm proficient in arrays. Ling Han shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm also an array master, so I don't need it. Huh, you're too arrogant. Nangong Qian suddenly retreated, and at the same time, she waved her hands, causing lines to light up on the ground. You didn't notice, did you? I was actually setting up an array just now. Ling Han smiled. With your array skills, this little bit of time is not enough for you to set up an array, so you must have set it up long ago. Let me guess, this array isn't actually aimed at me, but at killing your fellow sect members so that you can take the treasure for yourself. Nangong Qian's expression changed. Ling Han had guessed correctly. She had discovered that a treasure was about to appear here, so she had quietly set up an array nearby. Once the treasure appeared, she would kill the green-robed man and the others. In any case, it was normal for people to die while searching for treasures in ancient ruins. She had never thought that Ling Han would be able to guess it with just a single guess. So what if you've guessed it? The array has already been set up. Just wait for your death. Nangong Qian sneered. Ling Han smiled and said, all right, then let me see just how powerful the formation you've set up is. He summoned the Primal Chaos Polaris Thunder Tower, and it floated above his head. The aura of Primal Chaos descended, and he seemed invulnerable. Ling Han stepped forward, and suddenly, a burst of flames soared from the ground, burning towards him. Earth Core Flame. Ling Han shook his head. It can't really be considered an Earth Core Flame. At most, it's just the outer flame of the Earth Core Flame. It's too weak. When this flame encountered the aura of Primal Chaos, it was directly suppressed and extinguished. He continued forward, and an ice arrow condensed in the air, shooting towards him. Xiao, after one, dozens more formed. Ding, 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 ding. These ice arrows struck the aura of Primal Chaos, but they were unable to penetrate it. Following Ling Han's advancement into the casting cauldron, this monarch armament that he had cultivated with his life had naturally advanced to the 2-star level. It was also the most powerful 2-star mystic artifact. It couldn't be helped. Who asked it to be forged from mother gold? Nangong Qian's face became paler and paler. She had deliberately set up this array with the intention of killing all of her companions. She had never thought that in front of Ling Han, it would not even be able to break through his mystic artifact. Don't be sad. This mystic artifact is forged from mother gold. As a future monarch armament, it should be invincible among its peers, Ling Han said lightly. What, a monarch armament? Nangong Qian's heart jumped. No matter how brave she was, she had only dared to guess that it was a saint artifact. She had never thought that it would be even more advanced. An ultimate mystic artifact forged from mother gold. No wonder it was so awesome. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran. But she had only taken 2 steps when she saw that there was another figure in front of her. It was Ling Han. After advancing into the casting cauldron, Ling Han's speed had naturally increased by another level. He could even compete with a life core tier elite. Nangong Qian's beautiful face was deathly pale. Ling Han had already revealed the secret of the monarch armament, so how could he possibly let her leave alive? Taking a step back, even if she did not know that it was a monarch armament, Ling Han would not allow her to reveal the secret that she possessed a saint artifact. She sighed, and slapped her palm towards the top of her head. She had chosen to commit suicide. Chapter 3797. Ling Han was emotionless. Defeating an opponent of this level was not enough to make him excited. Was there a need to be so happy? However, he was extremely satisfied with the harvest this time. A good cauldron, a venerable level technique, and a spirit diagram of destruction energy were all extremely precious. He searched the corpses of the green-robed man and the others. Of course, he had to take back the heavenly pattern jade. Also, the stone statue artifact was quite high-end. He estimated that more than 90% of the cauldrons could not withstand its attack. As for the rest, there were only a few Dao stones. Ling Han sighed ruefully. With the star web, robbing had become much more difficult. He went to the herb garden to take a look. Unfortunately, this place had not been taken care of for a long time. Most of the celestial herbs had withered, and only a few were still alive. However, the fruits that grew were far from mature and could not be used as medicine. Ling Han could only give up helplessly. Forget it, let's go. After Ling Han left the Jin residence, he flew on his artifact and flew to the imperial capital. He traveled day and night, and after 5 days, he returned to the imperial capital. His cultivation had advanced a level, and his speed had naturally increased by a level. He had already contacted the Empress and the others on the star web. Therefore, after returning to the imperial capital, he went to find Tang Yen first. "You're finally back." After seeing him, Tang Yen was relieved. "Don't you have a star web account? Hurry up and register one so that it will be easier to contact." If it was convenient, Ling Han would have become friends with Tang Yen on the star web, but that would expose the secret that he was the number one under the stars. At least for now, Ling Han did not want the other party to know his identity. He laughed and deceived this matter. "How are you getting along with Jin Yeshua?" He quickly changed the topic. Tang Yan's face immediately darkened. "How can it be? It's very difficult." This was the truth. Even if the two of them were in love with each other, the chances of them being together based on their backgrounds were not high. Moreover, Jin Yeshua might not even like him. Ling Han patted his shoulder and did not say anything. He might have hit it off with Tang Yen, but he still couldn't instigate Tang Yen to rebel against the Azure Dragon Empire. "By the way, why did you only come back now?" Tang Yen asked. Because this involved the previous dynasty, he could not report this matter. Otherwise, if they found out that he might have received the Jin family's inheritance and had an unclear relationship with the descendants of the Jin family, he would definitely not have a good time. He might even implicate the Tang family. Ling Han smiled. "Haven't you noticed that I've broken through to cauldron forging?" It's true." Tang Yen slapped his head, his face full of shock. "How long has it been?" "You've already broken through?" "Impressive, right?" Ling Han laughed. "Amazing," Tang Yen said sincerely. Then, he smiled and said, "Don't tell me that after you broke through, you showed off your power and killed all those guys?" "What, can't I?" Firstly, you have just broken through. Secondly, they have 5 cast cauldrons. Thirdly, they have a great killing weapon that can instantly kill all cast cauldrons. "Tell me, should I trust you?" asked Tang Yen. Ling Han laughed. "Come, let's have a spar." "Forget it, I don't want to bully you." Tang Yen shook his head. He was a heaven cauldron cultivator. Alright, I won't bully you. I'll use one hand, said Ling Han. He put his right hand behind his back, then stretched out his left hand and slapped at Tang Yen. Heh, you're really confident. Tang Yen smiled and also pressed his palm towards Ling Han. In his opinion, a heaven cauldron against a human cauldron would definitely be crushed. However, his expression immediately changed. Damn, this is a human cauldron. How could there be such a powerful human cauldron? He hurriedly activated the power of his divine body. A ball of flames spewed out of his body, and complicated runes appeared. Pang, with a single strike, he was instantly sent flying, but Ling Han's power was withdrawn the moment it came into contact with him, so it naturally did not cause him the slightest bit of injury. You! Tang Yen was so shocked that his scalp went numb. Are you even human? You've just stepped into the cauldron forging stage and you're already so powerful. Even I was almost no match for you. Almost. Ling Han rolled up his sleeves. Did this guy want to be taught a lesson? Tang Yen hurriedly waved his hand. You just broke through. I don't want to bully you. Ling Han was speechless. He really didn't expect this young lord to have such a scoundrel side. You really killed all 5 of them? Tang Yen came over. This was too unbelievable. Ling Han took out the stone statue artifact and handed it to Tang Yen. Tang Yen had to believe it even if he didn't want to. This artifact was already in Ling Han's hands. Wasn't it enough to explain the situation? I rarely admire people, but when it comes to you, I only have one word, admiration. He was completely convinced, but he suddenly had a strange idea. Kid, hurry up and get a star web account. With your demonic talent, you are definitely in the top 10,000 of the cast tripod realm. The martial art realm was like a pyramid. The higher the cultivation level, the lesser the number of people. With the vastness of the universe, even if there were billions of foundation establishment realm martial artists, there would only be slightly more than 100 million cast tripod realm martial artists. Even if one could be in the top 10,000 of the 100 million martial artists, it would still be very shocking. In the Azure Dragon Empire, there were only 2 cast tripod realm martial artists in the top 10,000. As long as you can squeeze into the top 8,000, you will be the undisputed number 1 cast tripod realm martial artist in the empire. Seeing that Ling Han was at a loss, Tang Yen explained, right now, the Azure Dragon Empire has 2 martial artists in the top 10,000 of the star webcasting rankings. One is Xiong Zhao, who is ranked around 9,500. The other is Lu Yuyin, who is ranked around 8,800. Ling Han shook his head and spoke with a righteous expression, I have no interest in the rankings. This was nonsense with a straight face, but Tang Yen believed it because he knew that Ling Han was also a genius alchemist. Who knows, maybe he would put his heart and soul into alchemy. Sigh. He couldn't help but sigh. If Ling Han made a name for himself on the star web, then as Ling Han's friend, Tang Yen would also feel honored. Alright, I have to go back first. Ling Han waved his hand. Alright, contact me again if there's anything. Tang Yen nodded. He was stimulated by Ling Han and decided to cultivate properly. After recultivating the Turbid Heaven Scroll, the quality of his mystic power would definitely increase to another level, and he might be able to defeat Ling Han. That must be the case. When Ling Han returned home, the Empress and the others were already waiting for him. Once he entered the door, the 7 milk babies surrounded him, causing Hu Niu to scream. You little turnips took up all the space, so how was she going to hug Ling Han? Move aside. Move aside. Ling Han belongs to Niu. Daddy belongs to everyone. The 7 milk babies naturally wouldn't give up their hands. Childish, Tang Yun said in disdain. She licked her lollipop with relish. Ling Han laughed loudly, feeling the warmth of home. Chapter 3798. Ling Han taught the Armillary Heaven scripture to the Empress, Hunyo, and the large black dog. Although their current cultivation technique was more advanced, he still had to be prepared. If they advanced to cauldron casting but didn't have the corresponding cultivation technique to cultivate, what would they do? For example, Ling Han could only change to the Armillary Heaven Scripture now because the ancient Yang Heaven Scripture's foundation building chapter was no longer enough to support his continued cultivation. He decided to go into seclusion for a few days to fully comprehend the Armillary Heaven Scripture and master the newly obtained destructive energy spirit diagram. Relatively speaking, the Armillary Heaven Scripture was the easiest to master. Although it was created by a 4-tier elite and could be said to be mysterious and profound, Ling Han could even easily master a saint-tier cultivation technique, so it was naturally easier to master a venerable level cultivation technique. It didn't take much time for him to master the cauldron forging chapter of the Armillary Heaven Scripture. After a comparison, the mystical power refined by the Armillary Heaven Scripture was not as pure and thick as that refined by the ancient Yang Heaven Scripture, but there was no way around it. Who asked Ling Han to not have the following chapters of the ancient Yang Heaven Scripture now? He went to cultivate the destructive energy spirit diagram again. Strangely, this time the plane power in his body didn't circulate. There was no way around it, so Ling Han had to do it himself. These symbols were incomparably complicated, and they were simply inexplicable. It was as if they had been randomly drawn and were completely meaningless. If not, Tang Yen and Jin Yeshua wouldn't have repeatedly said they didn't understand. Ling Han used the destructive energy he had mastered as a reference and compared the symbols one by one. After 3 days of effort, he finally deciphered one symbol, which filled him with joy. This was an indescribable sense of accomplishment. He circulated the destructive energy and immediately found that there was a little more destructive energy. It was pitifully little, but it was indeed a little more. With every bit of destructive energy, the power would naturally increase correspondingly. Okay, continue. With the experience of his first success, it was much easier for Ling Han to decipher the remaining symbols. After another 2 days, he had grasped the second symbol, and after another day, he had grasped the third symbol. After another half a day, he had grasped the fourth symbol, but after that, he was unable to compress time any further. There was a slight improvement, but it was pitifully small. Ling Han remained in seclusion for a full 2 months before he was able to decipher all of the symbols. He stretched out his hand, and a rumbling sound could be heard as destructive power swirled around it. It was now twice as large as before. This was far from the ultimate form of destructive energy. Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. Just what was the origin of this destructive energy, and just how terrifying was its final form? However, 2 months had passed. It was time for him to go out for a walk. Firstly, since he had stepped into the casting cauldron realm, he should refine some casting cauldron-grade elixirs. But there was no hurry. He had taken too many pills in a short period of time, and there was still a large amount of medicinal dregs in his body. Eating it now would not have any effect, and it would only accumulate more pill toxins. Secondly, he had to pay a visit to the Hostage Mansion and Heavenly Marshal Mansion. Going to the Hostage Mansion was of course to settle the debt, but in the Heavenly Marshal Mansion, he was still a commandant. Holding a position in the Heavenly Marshal Mansion, of course he could not be absent from work for long periods of time. Ling Han, Nyo will go with you. Hunyo pestered him. Woof, Grandpa Dog will reluctantly accompany you, the large black dog said very ostentatiously. If Ling Han was still at the foundation building tier, then he definitely would not volunteer himself, but this time was different. Ling Han was going to show off his prowess and slap faces, so he naturally had to join in on the excitement. Ling Han smiled. All right, let's go together. He brought Hunyo, while the large black dog followed behind him, heading towards the first origin mansion. They had not gone far when they saw someone walk over, pointing at the large black dog as he said, friend, this beast pet of yours is really interesting. It actually wears underwear, so particular." The large black dog flew into a rage out of humiliation, and immediately rushed up to bite. "You're the human pet, woof, see if Grandpa Dog bites you to death." That person was only in the mystery-seeking tier, so how could he withstand the large black dog's bite? Instantly, he was bitten until he screamed endlessly. After this experience, the large black dog had a psychological shadow. He stood up on his hind legs and straightened his body. His two front paws were clasped behind his back, and he looked very imposing. Not long after, another person came over and said, "Brother, this beast pet of yours is quite interesting. It's even wearing diapers." Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog was greatly stimulated, and could not be held back no matter what. After walking for half an hour, they finally arrived at the first origin mansion. Ling Han stopped in his tracks, raised his head to look, smiled, and strode forward. "Yo, Grandpa Ling, you're back." The head of the guards just happened to come out, and upon seeing Ling Han, hurriedly jogged over. "Grandpa, you're really a nostalgic person, not forgetting to visit us old brothers." He looked at Hu Niu and the large black dog, his eyes filled with envy. Look, only 4 months had passed, and he already had beautiful women as his companions, and even raised a beast pet. His days were really comfortable. Woof, what's with that look? The large black dog had suffered too many setbacks along the way, and thought that he was Ling Han's beast pet. Now, he was in a state of biting whoever he saw. Seeing the strange look in the head of the guard's eyes, he immediately bared his teeth. Ling Han laughed loudly, and grabbed the large black dog. This time, they were not here to stoop to the same level as the guards. They walked into the mansion, and very soon, the news that Ling Han had returned to the first origin mansion spread out. The hostages all came out to welcome him. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Lu Xuanyu, Zhao Xiao, and the others, who looked at Ling Han with eyes filled with hatred. Tan Jingjie was Lu Xuanyu's lackey, and was the first to walk up. He said coldly, "Ling Han, you've really forgotten yourself with success. Do you think that just because you've been conferred an official position by His Imperial Majesty, you can strut around in front of us?" Ling Han sighed, and said, "You idiot, always unable to understand the situation." He moved, and struck out at Tan Jingjie. In the past, when Ling Han was still in the foundation building tier, Tan Jingjie was already no match for him, what more now that he was already in the forging cauldron tier. His hand rose, and his palm fell. Pa, Tan Jingjie directly fell onto the ground. Ling Han smiled. "I'm not here to strut around. I've specially come back to beat you guys up." He extended his hand, and pointed at Lu Xuanyu, Zhao Xiao, and Han Bing. "Alright, I'd like to see how you're going to beat me up." Zhao Xiao walked out, and took large strides towards Ling Han, brimming with confidence. He had recently obtained a breakthrough, and had already advanced into the Earth Cauldron tier. Thus, he was full of confidence. Ling Han. He was indeed monstrous. However, he had already advanced, and suppressing this brat would be as easy as flipping his hand. Advancing from the human cauldron tier to the Earth Cauldron tier was equivalent to a huge improvement from enlightening the apertures to seeking the mysteries. Thus, he had absolute confidence. Obediently lower your head. Zhao Xiao had already neared, and his hand reached out towards Ling Han's neck. Ling Han moved, and similarly, he sent a slap towards Zhao Xiao. Pa, with a crisp sound, Zhao Xiao also fell onto the ground. Fuck. Instantly, everyone's eyeballs popped out of their sockets. Chapter 3800. Yan Lisheng spoke, revealing the mastermind behind the scenes. That person's surname was Ma, and his name was Ma Qian. He was one of the vice mansion masters of the Sky Marshal Mansion, a rank 5 official. But Ling Han had clearly never offended this person, so why was he being targeted? Yan Lisheng didn't understand this either. He was only following orders, so how could he dare to ask Ma Qian why he was targeting Ling Han? Oh, could it be that person? Ling Han suddenly remembered that he had once formed a great enmity with Meng Yangcheng, and Meng Yangcheng was also the crown prince. There was a 99% chance that he would attend Meng Yonghua's birthday banquet, so the other party would definitely know of his existence. To publicly kill a hostage of another nation, even the crown prince would not dare to act so recklessly. Moreover, Ling Han had just received a reward from Meng Yonghua. Whoever dared to touch Ling Han at this time would be equivalent to not giving Meng Yonghua any face. Meng Yonghua was a temperamental person, who dared to go against him. Therefore, Meng Yangqing couldn't do anything to Ling Han on the surface. Therefore, he used underhanded methods and reasonably used the rules to deal with Ling Han. Thinking about it this way, things made sense. If a crown prince wanted Ma Qian to cooperate, would Ma Qian dare to disobey? Moreover, he didn't need to do this personally. He just needed to inform the crown prince and it wouldn't cost him anything. Therefore, Ma Qian would definitely be willing to help. Now that he knew who the mastermind was, Ling Han did not bother to waste time on Yan Lisheng, so he turned around and left. The large black dog smiled slyly, and stuffed all of the eels into Yan Dongxing's pants. No! Yan Lisheng screamed, but with his cultivation base sealed, he couldn't move at all, nor could he circulate his secret energy. All he could do was let out a humiliating scream. Ling Han focused on his cultivation. His forceful breakthrough had left behind many side effects. There was nothing he could do about the damage to his life essence, but as for the other aspects that could be repaired, he had to do it as soon as possible. On the other hand, he continued to fight in the ranking battle on the star web. Of course, he was now at the caste tripod realm. In fact, he didn't give up on fighting Foundation establishment cultivators. After all, he just had to suppress his cultivation. He had challenged Shi to a battle, and now he was also a forging cauldron. However, Shi proposed 2 conditions. First, when they fought this time, Ling Han would definitely collect entrance fees, so he wanted half of it. Secondly, he wanted half of the ticket money from last time. Ling Han couldn't take it anymore. If he gave half of the ticket money to Shi, wouldn't it mean that he had worked for nothing this time? Moreover, why should the money be split equally, but the notoriety should be shouldered by him alone? Ling Han decisively refused to accept. Instead, he challenged Myriad Daos and Heaven Breaker. However, the 2 of them seemed to have discussed it with Shi beforehand and actually made the same request. Fuck, ganging up on me. Ling Han ignored him and started breaking records. However, even though he didn't have enough immortal tripod cauldrons, he was still recognized as a heaven tripod realm by the star web. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. He didn't manage to break any of the records, even though he was only a little short. What's more, the caste tripod realm could be cultivated to the limit of 9 cauldrons, which meant that Ling Han was far from reaching the peak stage of the caste tripod realm. How could he surpass the strongest prodigy since the ancient times? He focused his attention on the pill recipe, trying to find a pill suitable for forging cauldrons. Soon, he found the corresponding pill recipe. It was called Cauldron Forging Pill. After taking it, it could speed up the forging of the immortal tripod. The price of this pill recipe was 3 million Dao stones, and Ling Han bought it without hesitation. However, although he had a lot of money on hand, he spent it quickly because he still had the Empress, the large black dog, and the others by his side. Moreover, if he used the time room, then no matter how much universe coins he had, it wouldn't last. So, he had to find a way to earn more money. He couldn't just sit and eat. He went to the Saint Medicine Hall. There was naturally a large amount of medicinal ingredients there. As long as he was willing to spend money, and with his current status as a human-grade low-level alchemist, there was naturally no medicinal ingredient that he couldn't buy. As usual, he first transferred the money to Hunyo, and then used Hunyo's account to make the transaction. This way, the secret that he was the strongest under the stars would not be exposed. He began to concoct pills, and the new pill furnace naturally had a place to use it. These days, Ling Han didn't stop studying it, and was already familiar with how to use it. From the perspective of alchemy, this was even better than the chaotic extreme thunder tower, because the flow and suppression of the energy of heaven and earth was really too smooth. After only failing 3 times, Ling Han managed to concoct the casting cauldron pill. Unfortunately, he still couldn't take it now, because the resistance in his body was too high. In order to earn more money, he sold foundation-forming pills in bulk on the star web. Don't look at this as the lowest grade celestial pill, but there were many people who were willing to pay a high price for it, and the price was far above the casting cauldron pill. At that time, when Ling Han had bought this pill recipe, it was precisely because of the economic benefits it could bring. Unfortunately, the peaceful life didn't last long. Ling Han was summoned by an official document, and he was asked to go to the troops selection ground tomorrow. The official document didn't explain what was going on, but Tang Yen arrived very quickly. "Come, let's fight first." This guy immediately dragged Ling Han to the martial arts arena. Otherwise, if they fought in the city, the destructive power of the casting cauldron would be too great. Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. After being defeated by him, this young lord seemed to be holding back a wave of energy. "Fine, I'll help you." The two of them went to the martial arts arena. Tang Yen immediately asked for a combat room, and the two of them began to fight. Tang Yan's first move was a powerful one. His entire body was covered in flames, and runes revolved around him. He was like a god of fire as he charged out. Ling Han couldn't help nodding inside. After cultivating the celestial body scripture, Tang Yan's strength had become much more condensed. The power of his attack was at least 4 times stronger than before. But in front of Tang Yen, this wasn't enough. Ling Han decided to give Tang Yen some face and began to fight with him. After 100 moves, he finally found an opportunity and attacked Tang Yan's weak point, defeating him. "I still can't beat you." Tang Yen sighed, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Previously, he hadn't been able to take a single blow from Ling Han, but now he was able to exchange over 100 moves. It was obvious how much he had improved. "You didn't let me win, did you? What do you think?" Ling Han smiled. "I did." Tang Yen was a bit nervous. "Haha. Did you win or not?" "Haha." Ling Han didn't directly answer the question. After returning home, he asked, "You didn't come here just to fight me, did you?" "That's one reason." Tang Yen smiled. "You received the summons, right?" "Yes." Ling Han nodded. "I was just about to ask you what's going on." "Something big happened." Tang Yen lowered his voice. "The Shadow Moon Empire suddenly attacked Venus Rich. This is our most important resource planet. It is rich in all kinds of precious metal ores. The materials for our army's weapons and armor are all obtained from Venus Rich. If Venus Rich is occupied, then we'll lack important supplies. This war will really be difficult to fight. First, set a small goal for yourself, for example, bookmark." Chapter 3801. Therefore, Gold Star Island was a strategic location and of utmost importance. Although the Shadow Moon Empire invaded previously, it was only a small skirmish at best, forcing the Azure Dragon Empire to send a large number of experts to the front lines. They didn't really launch a major offensive. However, it was different this time. The Shadow Moon Empire suddenly mobilized a large number of troops and took a detour to invade Gold Star Island, directly striking at the Azure Dragon Empire's lifeline. If they lost Gold Star Island, the Azure Dragon Empire would lose their strategic supply, and it would be very disadvantageous for them to fight a protracted war. Therefore, in order to express their determination to never lose Gold Star Island, the Azure Dragon Empire decided to mobilize the capital's young elites and second-generation officials to form an army and head to Gold Star Island to fight against the Shadow Moon Empire. Ling Han rubbed his nose and was naturally very displeased. He didn't have any favorable impression of the Azure Dragon Empire. Be it himself, Monkey King, Chen Fengyan, and the others, they were all standing on the opposite side of the Azure Dragon Empire. Now, they wanted him to sacrifice his life and shed his blood for the Azure Dragon Empire. Ling Han was naturally unwilling. It was already good enough that they didn't stab him in the back, and they wanted him to sacrifice his life? Moreover, wasn't he a hostage? How could they let a hostage go to the battlefield? However, it could be seen that the Azure Dragon Empire was really anxious. They wanted to mobilize the second-generation officials to go to the battlefield. This was to express to all the citizens that Gold Star Island couldn't be lost, and this battle couldn't be lost. No matter whether Ling Han was willing or not, he still went to the soldiers' ranking platform at noon the next day. If he didn't go, it would be openly defying the imperial decree, unless he fell out with them immediately. An official was reading it. It was a crusade written by a few great scholars in the imperial court. They expressed their strong indignation against the Shadow Moon Empire's invasion. The words were gorgeous and could stir up emotions, making the listeners impassioned and eager to immediately rush to the front lines to fight. They wouldn't regret it even if their bones were buried there. Ling Han believed that these people's enthusiasm would only last for 5 minutes, and they didn't need to go to Gold Star Island. Once the mobilization meeting was over, they would probably regret so much that their intestines turned green. All in all, this was an extremely successful mobilization meeting. Every single person's face was glowing and filled with longing. There wasn't a single person who didn't dream of killing the enemy in service of their country and establishing an everlasting foundation. In the end, the official announced that in 3 days, everyone would board the warships and attack Fu Jingxing. Anyone who dared to flee would be killed without mercy. Why are you using a spaceship and not a teleportation circle? This was because the moment the Shadow Moon Empire invaded, Fu Jingxing had taken control of the teleportation formation. If they used the teleportation formation to go over, it would be as good as sending one person to another. Whether they wanted to kill or dismember them, it would all be up to Fu Jingxing. After Ling Han returned, he discussed it with the Empress and the others. This trip to Venus Rich should be extremely dangerous, but at the same time, it should also be filled with opportunities. This was because Venus Rich was an exceptionally rich resource star that produced high-level immortal materials and some immortal medicines. If they were picked, it would be extremely beneficial to cultivation. However, Ling Han was going to battle, so he naturally couldn't bring his family with him. Moreover, there would only be Ling Han alone, so he could leave and stop as he pleased. There would be a lot less apprehension. After much consideration, the Empress, Hunyo, and the milk babies still stayed on Moonlight Planet, but the large black dog and lascivious pig could follow Ling Han as his pet beasts. Lascivious pig was naturally extremely unwilling, but he was powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the large black dog was overjoyed. This guy loved to join in on the fun the most. The short 3 days of preparation time passed very quickly. Everyone gathered at the designated place, and then boarded the warship. There were a lot of people, and one warship couldn't fit them all at all. Instead, a whole 12 warships were mobilized. It was said that even the crown princes were all mobilized. This was a very good opportunity to make a contribution. Who knew, they might be able to stand out and be confirmed as the heir when they returned. Very soon, the warship set sail, heading towards Venus Rich. Ling Han stayed in his room. Aside from cultivating, he basically immersed himself in the star web. Aside from fighting, there were also mystery realms to explore. They basically all existed in reality, and he had completely moved them into the star web. Using his divine sense to experience and understand the mystery realms was very meaningful. Aside from this, he was also learning new formations. As his cultivation level increased, his influence on the power of heaven and earth naturally increased as well, and he could set up even more powerful formations. He had purchased an array formation on the star web, and it was called the Extreme Thunder Array. It was considered very powerful among the 2-star array formations. If someone who didn't understand array formations entered, they would be bombarded by the power of thunder and die. Ling Han also rented the time room, but to save money, he didn't use the highest acceleration. From Moonlight Planet to Venus Rich would only take about a month's journey in the starry sky. When 30 days passed, and after passing through wormholes, that planet rich in resources also appeared in their field of vision. Looking from afar, this was a large purplish gold planet, and it was surrounded by 4 moons. The warship began to descend. Through the star web, they made contact with the people on the ground and set a safe landing spot. Xiao, a beam of light suddenly shot out from Venus Rich, hitting one of the warships. Instantly, there was a resplendent explosion. Fortunately, the warship had long since activated its protective shield. Otherwise, after being hit like this, the warship would definitely disintegrate. Enemy attack. The 12 warships all entered battle mode, but they couldn't find out which corner of Venus Rich had been attacked from, so they naturally couldn't launch a counterattack. Moreover, the warship's attack range wasn't that large. The attacker was definitely a supreme elite, and it was very likely that it was a sect master level elite. Xiao, another beam of light shot over. The clumsy warships couldn't dodge at all, and they could only take it head-on. Peng, the originally formless protective shield immediately appeared, and it continuously trembled. Hurry and land. Hurry and land. The 12 warships were all rapidly descending. Right now, they could only take the attacks. Their protective shield couldn't withstand this kind of bombardment, and they would definitely be destroyed. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Beams of light shot over, all targeting the same warship. Sure enough, after taking more than 30 attacks, the warship's protective shield was finally destroyed. Another beam of light shot over, and the warship was forcefully disintegrated into at least a few hundred pieces. Some people were directly shredded into smoke, while others luckily didn't die. They all flew on their spirit tools, wanting to fly to another warship or directly land on the ground. However, even though they were dozens of times faster than the speed of sound, in the vast universe, they were still ridiculously slow. Even if they weren't crawling like turtles, they weren't much better. Fortunately, this warship that was disintegrated was not the one that Ling Han was on. However, after the beams of light destroyed one warship, they targeted another one. Coincidentally, this was the one that Ling Han was on. "Fuck, I'm going to die," the large black dog exclaimed. "Woo!" The perverted pig also howled. If he was still on the heavenly sea planet, he would definitely be eating and flirting with girls. How could there be so many dangerous things, bastard? Ling Han was calm and collected. He summoned the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower, and bolts of chaotic aura fell down. This was just a precaution. Peng, peng, peng. The warship shook violently, and its protective shield was continuously being bombarded. It was on the verge of shattering. Chapter 3802. It's going to explode. The large black dog hugged onto Ling Han's thigh and opened his mouth wide. He was so anxious that he started barking. Perverted Pig's face was also pale. Although he was impervious to all powers and seemed like he would never be injured, in terms of strength, he was really just a normal pig. If he were to float in the universe, how long would it take for him to land on a celestial body? "You scared me to death, bastard." Ling Han grabbed hold of Perverted Pig. He didn't need to care about the large black dog anymore. He was already using all his strength to grab hold of Perverted Pig. In the warship, it was a mess. Everyone was in danger. They had come with passion, but the result was that they had not even seen the enemy before they were attacked head-on. This caused many people's morale to collapse. Peng, the battleship's shield was quickly shattered, and then a beam of light blasted forth, slicing the massive battleship in half. The remaining force caused the two halves of the battleship to shatter, turning it into a few hundred pieces of the battleship, as well as countless smaller pieces. Instantly, a powerful force pulled Ling Han, and he began to move quickly in the universe. Previously, there had been a steady pressure in the warship, but now that the warship was broken, this pressure naturally disappeared, causing everyone to float rapidly. Apart from this, endless coldness also attacked wildly. Instantly, Ling Han's body was covered in frost. The large black dog and perverted pig also became ice dogs and ice pigs. Ling Han opened a screen of starlight. Instantly, the coldness was completely expelled from his body. He controlled the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Xiao, he descended towards one of the moons on the planet Fu Xing. There was no other way. The other celestial bodies were too far away. If he flew with his physical body, it would take tens or even hundreds of years. Moreover, during this process, he would not be replenished by the power of heaven and earth. It would not be long before he would die. Wormhole. To be able to travel through wormholes with his physical body, he had to be a spirit transformation true lord. Moreover, if he flew towards the planet Fu Xing, he would definitely die if he was hit by the dancing light. Thus, after some consideration, it was better to hide on one of the moons first. Ling Han unleashed his full speed. At close to 40 times the speed of sound, he was ridiculously fast. If it weren't for the protection of the barrier of starlight, it was guaranteed that the large black dog would have been torn to shreds at any moment. Along the way, Ling Han saw more spaceships being destroyed. Many people chose to do the same as him, flying toward a certain moon. It wasn't that none of them landed directly on Fu Jinxing, but they were basically sliced into pieces by the streaking light. That should be Saber Light. Previously, when the warship he was on had been destroyed, he had sensed that flash of light at a very close distance. It was filled with the domineering aura of a saber, which made him guess that there was an elite saber-wielding elite on Gold Star Fu who was attacking their expeditionary army. In fact, this expert was at the level of a sect master. This was because there was a true monarch spirit transformation in the expeditionary army, but he was unable to resist the saber light at all. He could barely protect himself. In just a few moves, 9 of the 12 spaceships had been destroyed, and their masters had been killed. 2 of the spaceships had successfully retreated, and 1 had circled to the other side of Venus Fuxing, where it might be able to land safely. The question was, would it be the army of the Shadow Moon Empire that was waiting for them on the ground? From the information that had been sent back previously, the Shadow Moon Empire had already occupied half of Venus Fuxing with lightning speed, but a month had already passed. Could there have been changes again? Could all of Venus Fuxing have already fallen into the hands of the Shadow Moon Empire? Of course, it was already meaningless to talk about this now. Venus Fuxing was very large, and the moon on Venus Fuxing was also very large. Thus, there were clearly many people heading toward the moon that Ling Han had taken, but when they landed on the ground, there was a great distance between them. This was a moon that lacked vitality, and there was no greenery anywhere. However, this place was not completely devoid of life. Some of the rocks were extremely damp, and dark red moss grew on them, displaying powerful vitality. There was no air, and the gravity was extremely weak. One only needed to jump slightly, and his whole body would soar very high. Let's find a place to hide first. After the first wave of the Shadow Moon Empire's attack, they will definitely send an army to search for us, the fish that escaped the net, Ling Han said. Sigh, little Han, you're definitely a jinx. Look, we haven't even reached our destination, and we've almost been shot full of holes, the large black dog grumbled. Perverted pig nodded repeatedly, his expression full of resentment. He had been dragged here by force, bastard. Ling Han laughed loudly. Without experiencing wind and rain, how can we see the rainbow? Don't worry, it's fine, I'm here. His eyes swept around. Where are we going? Activating his eye technique, he saw a mountain in an extremely distant place. Let's go. He dragged the large black dog and perverted pig, and flew toward that mountain on his tool. Half an hour later, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. This was really a large mountain, but it was basically bare rocks, some of which were even glowing with a metallic luster. Maybe we'll have some gains here, Ling Han said. It'd be best if we can find a piece of mother gold. Grandpa Dog also wants to forge a monarch weapon that belongs to me. The large black dog was filled with greed. Ling Han smiled. Is your personal monarch weapon a pair of mother gold underwear? Woof, don't make fun of Grandpa Dog with this. The large black dog became anxious. Perverted Pig grinned without giving him any face, and the large black dog was so angry that he pounced and bit him. However, although Perverted Pig's battle prowess was weak, his defenses were invincible. No matter how much the large black dog bit and scratched him, he was unscathed. He continued to grin and mock the large black dog. "Let's go and see." Ling Han ascended the mountain, planning to look around. He had the void beast skin, which could hide him very well. Only those at the level of spirit transformation true lord could possibly see through his disguise. "Little Han, there are pursuers coming," the large black dog suddenly said. He pointed in the direction of Gold Fu Xing. He saw several dozen small dots rapidly approaching. Upon a closer look, weren't they all spaceships? However, compared to the spaceship that Ling Han had come on, these spaceships were clearly much smaller. These spaceships quickly left Gold Fu Xing, and then scattered to 4 different moons. There were 10 spaceships on each moon, and they landed in different positions. One of the spaceships was at the foot of the mountain. The hatch opened, and groups of soldiers walked out. They formed groups of 10 people, and they scattered in all directions. Ling Han had already wrapped himself, the large black dog, and Perverted Pig with the void beast skin. He stood at the side of the road, and watched as a small group passed by. He could clearly see that 9 people in this small group were at the foundation building stage, and the remaining person was at the cauldron forging stage. As a small search team, this was a relatively strong configuration. If they encountered danger, they only needed to send out a signal, and strong reinforcements should arrive very quickly. Ling Han didn't make a move. Although he could instantly destroy this group, it was naturally not difficult to guess that the culprit was nearby since they had lost contact so quickly. He looked at the spaceship, and a thought involuntarily occurred to him. Could he steal this thing? At most, he would take this spaceship back to Moonlight Planet. Chapter 3804. If the Shadow Moon Empire dared to launch such a large-scale invasion, they must have thought of the Azure Dragon Empire's old venerable. So, could this spear be targeted at that old venerable? Ling Han thought about the whole matter and suddenly had a feeling that this was a trap for the Meng clan's old venerable. Under normal circumstances, the Shadow Moon Empire could not provoke that old venerable, and if they directly attacked Moonlight Planet, that was the Meng clan's home ground. But now, the Shadow Moon Empire could calmly make arrangements on rich Gold Star, whereas the Meng clan's old venerable was fighting in an away game. Ling Han did not know what grade of artifact that spear was, but he guessed that it might be able to kill a venerable expert. Also, although this array was not completely set up, judging from the distortion of the heaven and earth, it was definitely not simple. Whether it was or not, only a little bit was needed to prove it. Ling Han took a short stroll in the vicinity, and very soon found the transfer formation. As expected. He nodded inwardly. If that Meng clan's old venerable attacked, he would definitely come through the teleportation door. With his strength, of course, he was not afraid of being besieged by sect master-level almighty figures, but what if the Shadow Moon Empire activated the Great Array and delivered a fatal blow with a supreme artifact the moment he appeared? A generation's expert might be reduced to ashes just like that. However, this had nothing to do with him. Ling Han did not think of sending the news back at all. The Meng clan's old venerable should be the one who seized the Jin clan's throne and suppressed Brother Monkey for more than 2,000 years. He wanted Ling Han to save this old man. What a joke. If he died, he deserved it. He was lucky not to die, but when Brother Monkey returned from the venerable realm, the old man would still escape death. Ling Han quietly left the camp. This was the Shadow Moon Empire's invasion army's main camp. Too many experts were gathered here, and it was too dangerous for him to stay here. He had already made contact with Tang Yen and knew where he was hiding. Ling Han carefully traveled until he was far away from the camp. Only then did he fly with full speed. Swish! After flying for dozens of minutes, a cold light suddenly shot out from the ground, slashing towards Ling Han. Ling Han twisted his body and dodged this cold light. However, shoo, another cold light swiftly slashed down, interweaving into a net. Ling Han opened a curtain of starlight, blocking all the attacks. Immediately after, 7 warriors flew over from the ground on their magic artifacts, each holding a weapon in their hands. "Survivor, why haven't you surrendered yet?" shouted one of them. These were the soldiers of the Shadow Moon Empire, but they were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Instead, they were Foundation Establishment Realm and Caste Tripod Realm experts. If any faction could mobilize an army made up entirely of Foundation Establishment Realm experts, that would be unbelievably powerful. Although there were more than 1 billion Foundation Establishment cultivators in the entire universe, on average, there were tens of thousands of them on each celestial body. Ling Han glanced over and said, "Get out of the way, I don't want to kill anyone." Ha 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 ha. The 7 people on the other side all laughed loudly. Wasn't it funny? A mere fish that slipped through the net actually dared to spout such arrogant words. How foolish. Another so-called young master from some great clan, right? Kill, I hate this kind of spoiled brat the most. Someone took the lead and charged out. With a slash of his sword, Shua, the sword chi was several kilometers long, intertwined with green high-level energy and densely covered with symbols. It was as if a slash of the sword could even split a tall mountain. Ling Han frowned. He didn't want to hurt anyone, but the other party's first move was a killing move, which made him very displeased. Humph. He punched out, simple and plain to the extreme. However, the Great Tao was simple. This punch shattered the sword chi, and the remaining power did not dissipate, still crushing towards that person. Peng, the punch blasted out, and that person fell from the sky. What? The remaining 6 people were all shocked. How could this spoiled brat be so powerful? The power of one punch was like this. This brat is powerful. Don't have any more contempt. Kill. A few people's bodies emitted light. That was the armor they were wearing. Once activated, the veined patterns on the armor shone, looking very awe-inspiring. Obviously, there was a huge disparity between the rich and poor of these 6 people. 2 of them didn't have armor and looked a little shabby. After activating the armor, they naturally had a lot of courage, and they launched another attack at Ling Han. The 6 of them worked together, and they were all at the Caste Tripod Realm. Their power was very terrifying. With a thought, Ling Han immediately attacked with his baleful aura, causing the 6 of them to stagnate and fall from the sky. 5 of them directly fell to the ground. Only one of them had a strong divine sense and recovered after falling 2/3 of the distance. He used his flying artifact again and avoided the disaster of falling. So what if they were Caste tripods? All 6 of them had their bones broken, and it was fortunate that they were at the Caste Tripod Realm, otherwise, they would have been smashed into a bloody mess. The remaining person was so frightened that he flew far away, his face still filled with fear. This was too frightening. How could there be such a terrifying person? Ling Han didn't give chase. He turned around and used his flying artifact again. Swish, he quickly disappeared into the horizon. Along the way, he was ambushed several times, but the strongest person was only a Caste tripod. This naturally couldn't stop him. Half a day later, Ling Han finally arrived at a dense forest. This was the giant deer forest, and Tang Yen was hiding inside. The large black dog sent over Tang Yan's latest coordinates, and Ling Han headed in that direction. After walking for another half an hour, he arrived at a small valley. The valley was very hidden, and it was blocked by rocks. If one didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be easy to find. With Tang Yan's reminder, Ling Han naturally found the entrance very quickly and strode in. Swoosh! Just as he entered the valley, he saw a cold light slash towards him. It was extremely fast and extremely sharp. Stop! Someone shouted, but it was already too late. Ling Han raised his fist and punched out. Ding, this light immediately shattered. It was just a foundation establishment cultivator. He could easily suppress it with a raise of his hand. Huh, it's actually you. Amidst the long laughter, a young man in an embroidered robe walked over. He was like the moon surrounded by stars, and there were 5 people following behind him. Huh, Meng Yangcheng. Ling Han was surprised. This world was too small, and he actually bumped into Meng Yangcheng here. Huh, Your Highness, you recognize Ling Han? Tang Yen also walked out. It was he who had shouted, "Stop," just now. Of course I recognize him. Meng Yangcheng stared at Ling Han, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Previously, he had found the ruins of the Buddha race, but in the end, he was actually forced to flee by Ling Han. Not only did he not obtain the inheritance of the Buddha race, he even lost a few of his subordinates. Old Kai, take him down, he turned his head and said to one of his subordinates behind him. Yes, Your Highness. A middle-aged man immediately stood out. Originally, he had restrained his aura and was as careful as a servant, but now that his aura was released, it instantly emitted a shocking pressure. This was a caste tripod elite. In Meng Yangcheng's eyes, Ling Han was naturally only at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he was the strongest foundation establishment cultivator, how could he be a match for a caste tripod? Chapter 3805. Your Highness. Tang Yen quickly stepped forward and opened his arms. Ling Han is my friend. Is there a misunderstanding between you two? Your friend. Meng Yangcheng's eyes sharpened, and he couldn't help but be filled with suspicion. When Ling Han snatched his opportunity, could he have been instructed by Tang Yen? Otherwise, why would a nobody dare to go against him? Besides, other than the Tang clan, who had a strong foundation, how could they find the Buddha race's ruins? Tang Yen, how dare you go against the Tian clan? Meng Yangcheng said coldly. Tang Yen was at a loss. Your Highness, what do you mean? What do I mean? Meng Yangcheng sneered and waved his hand. Take them all down. So what if they were young marquis? As long as they dared to go against the Meng clan, they would all become cannon fodder. Ling Han smiled and shook his head. Tang Yen, this has nothing to do with you. Let me do it. Tang Yen really didn't want to give way. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Ling Han's strength, but because he knew how strong Ling Han was. That was why he had to stop him. Otherwise, if they fought, Ling Han would definitely get into trouble. If the old supremacy arrived and Meng Yangcheng went to complain, it would be disastrous. But Ling Han pushed him lightly, and Tang Yen could only step to the side. That old Kai stepped forward again, releasing his powerful aura as he walked. It was obvious that he wanted to use his caste tripod realm cultivation to forcefully suppress Ling Han. There were 9 stages of the immortal path, and there was a huge gap between each stage, not to mention a large stage. I'm higher than you in life and can crush you. I don't care if you are convinced or not, you can only kneel down. Of course, he miscalculated. Let alone suppressing Ling Han, as long as Ling Han took out his immortal cauldron, he could only kneel and tremble. Meng Yangcheng, are you courting death? Ling Han said indifferently. Meng Yangcheng sneered. Ignorant old Kai, what are you waiting for? The old shaman was a little surprised. He had clearly released the unique aura of the casting cauldron to suppress Ling Han. Why didn't the other party react at all? But with Meng Yangcheng's urging, he didn't have the time to investigate further. He immediately leaped up and stretched out his hand to grab Ling Han. Bam! He had just arrived when Ling Han's foot lashed out with a kick. Lao Kai was sent flying back at an even faster speed and crashed heavily into the mountain cliff. Ka, ka, ka. With him as the center, the mountain cliff was densely covered with fine cracks. Then, with a loud bang, it shattered. Lao Kai's entire body had sunk into the cliff, about 2 feet deep. Then, he leaned forward and fell to the ground, leaving behind a spherical crater with a pool of blood in the center. Damn! Seeing this scene, Meng Yangcheng and the other 4 revealed expressions of disbelief. This was actually a Foundation establishment cultivator impossible. Meng Yangcheng stared at Ling Han for a while and revealed a cold smile. So you've stepped into the casting cauldron realm. This explained how powerful Ling Han was, but it was still shocking. It had only been a few months, but Ling Han had completed a huge leap in realm. This was inconceivable. Ling Han didn't say anything. He just hooked his finger at Meng Yangcheng. This time, he wouldn't give his opponent a chance to escape. Lao Chen, Lao Yun, you two attack together. Meng Yangcheng said indifferently. Defeating Lao Kai was nothing. Lao Kai was just the weakest casting cauldron on his side. But Lao Chen and Lao Yun were both earth cauldrons. With the two of them working together, coupled with the advantage of a small realm, how could they not take down a mortal cauldron? Yes, Your Highness. Another 2 middle-aged men walked out. They were Meng Yangcheng's true wealth. After all, Meng Yangcheng himself was only a casting cauldron. His cultivation level wasn't high enough, and he didn't have enough resources. It was impossible for a life core realm expert to rely on him. The two of them flanked Ling Han from the left and right. Die! The two of them attacked at the same time. One of them brandished a flame blade, while the other used a lightning sword. High-level energy surged, and the nearby mountain rocks all trembled and collapsed. Ling Han's figure moved. Xiao, he was as fast as lightning. He kicked Lao Chen and sent him flying. Then, he raised his leg and sent Lao Yun flying as well. Bang, bang. The two of them crashed into the pit that Lao Kai had created. The pit was enlarged by several times and was also a few feet deeper. They fell onto Lao Kai's body one after the other. The 3 of them piled up into a human pyramid. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat wretched. However, no one paid attention to Lao Kai and the others. They were all looking at Ling Han with shocked expressions. How is this possible? Meng Yangcheng clenched his teeth. How could there be such a powerful mortal cauldron? Could it be that Ling Han was invincible in the Foundation establishment realm, and he was also invincible in the casting cauldron realm? Meng Yangcheng regretted it. If he had known that Ling Han was so strong, he wouldn't have let Lao Kai and the others go up one by one. Instead, he would have formed a formation and infused all the power into his body. But now, 3 of them had lost consciousness. There were only 2 left. How could he form a formation? Fine, you win. He chose to temporarily lower his head. As long as the old ancestor attacked, he would immediately go and complain. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Meng Yangcheng, are you a 3-year-old child? Your thinking is so childish. Do you think I'll let you go just because you said you win? No matter what, you have to explode a chrysanthemum. The large black dog interrupted. He hadn't spoken for so long that he was suffocated. Ling Han was instantly speechless. He turned around and said to the large black dog, just now, I had such a strong aura. Now that you've said that, you've directly dragged me down to the same level as you. How am I supposed to continue? Woof, you brat, stop pretending. Be careful of being struck by lightning. The large black dog had an expression that said, I've already seen through you. Ling Han turned around and said to Meng Yangcheng, sorry. Where was I just now? I was talking about exploding his chrysanthemum. The large black dog continued to interrupt. Ling Han, have you had enough? Meng Yangcheng roared. You're a subject, I'm the ruler. You're a slave, I'm the master. If you dare touch me, you're committing treason. These words caused Tang Yan's expression to change drastically. In the eyes of the Meng family, were subjects like them slaves? Attack with me. Meng Yangcheng decided to take a gamble and said to his remaining 2 subordinates. The two of them naturally could only follow Meng Yangqing's path to the end. They both nodded. The three of them charged over together. With Meng Yangqing in the lead, their power was rather shocking. Meng Yangqing still had some confidence. This was different from the battle in the Buddhist ruins. He had many powerful treasures on him that he could use. This was the true foundation of a crown prince. "Go!" he shouted loudly. The space between his brows split open, and a silver sword flew out, shooting rapidly towards Ling Han. Psychokinesis artifact. In just an instant, it accelerated to more than 20 times the speed of sound. There was no sound at all, because its speed had far surpassed the speed of sound. Ling Han also had a psychokinesis artifact, so he naturally wouldn't be careless. He took out the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda. Streaks of chaotic aura descended, forming a myriad of images. Peng, the silver sword arrived. Under the chaotic aura, not only was it unable to pierce through, but it was instead forcefully crushed to the ground. Chapter 3806. Meng Yangqing could not imagine why there was such a huge difference between the two treasured tools. One had to know that he was using a telekinesis tool. In a situation where the level was the same, the telekinesis tool would definitely be stronger. Otherwise, telekinesis materials would not be so expensive, and there would be no market for them. What the hell? Ling Han was a little disappointed. This was too weak, it could not even block a streak of chaotic energy. If he had known that it would only have this much power, he would have just punched it. Even the gunmetal sword chi in his stomach was not inferior to this. "Sigh, I really overestimated you." He shook his head. Peng, peng, peng. Meng Yangqing and the other two attacked, but not a single one could break through the chaotic energy. Ling Han put away the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower and said lightly, "Meng Yangqing, if you want to deal with me, you can do it openly. I respect you as a person, but you use dirty tricks." "Huh, I looked down on you." "You knew?" Meng Yangqing was surprised. He had done this very secretly. With Ling Han's identity and status, it should be impossible for him to find out that he had done something behind the scenes. Tang Yen. He could not help but think that if Tang Yen interfered, then he should be able to follow the clues and discover his existence. Despicable, too despicable. Just wait, as long as he saw the ancestor, he would definitely kill Ling Han, and Tang Yen, and even the Tang family, would not be able to stay out of it. The heavens are watching what people do. Ling Han shook his head. "You are really hopeless. Even now, you are still thinking about how to snitch. Huh, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. You should be on your way." His murderous intent was revealed. Meng Yangqing was shocked, and he shouted fiercely, "You dare!" Tang Yen was also shocked. Ling Han wanted to kill Meng Yangqing. Hiss, this was really audacious. Once the news was leaked, only death awaited him, or even the execution of his entire family. "Ling Han, don't be rash," said Tang Yen hurriedly. No matter what kind of misunderstanding or hatred there was between the two sides, he and the Tang family should be able to resolve it. But if Meng Yangqing was killed by Ling Han, then Ling Han would become the Meng clan's mortal enemy. Ling Han smiled. "The Meng family isn't that great. What's there to be afraid of?" "That's right." The large black dog yelled. "Ling Han." Tang Yen still wanted to persuade him. This was really a huge matter. However, Ling Han didn't give him another chance. With a punch, Meng Yangqing was killed. This time, he no longer had a chance to escape. Tang Yen hesitated for a moment before he suddenly attacked. Of course, it wasn't to target Ling Han, but to kill all 5 of Meng Yangqing's men. "What happened today never happened," he said solemnly. "Decisive." The large black dog gestured with his paw. Ling Han nodded inwardly. He smiled and said, "You won't blame me for dragging you down, right?" Tang Yen shrugged. "What can I do?" Ling Han patted his shoulder. "If I told you that the venerable from the Meng clan was very likely killed, how would you feel?" "What?" Tang Yen was shocked. That was a venerable, a powerful existence. In the universe, there hadn't been an ancestral king for close to 10 million years. It could be said that saints were the strongest battle force, but how many saints were there in the universe? Thus, the value of a venerable was naturally very high, especially in this universe. They were absolutely invincible. If it weren't for the Meng clan's venerable, the Shadow Moon Empire's attack wouldn't have been so gentle. Moreover, if the Meng clan's venerable hadn't been heavily injured, the Shadow Moon Empire wouldn't have dared to send troops at all. Now, Ling Han said that the Meng clan's venerable might have been killed. How could he believe it? Just wait and see. I feel that the Shadow Moon Empire suddenly attacked Fujingsing to lure that Meng clan's venerable out, and then kill him, Ling Han continued, but he didn't say what he saw. Tang Yen looked at him solemnly. "Are you confident?" 90%. Ling Han nodded, but he still left some room for maneuver. Tang Yen had to seriously consider this possibility. With the Meng clan's current lack of successors, once the Meng clan's venerable died, the entire empire would immediately fall apart without the need for the Shadow Moon Empire to invade. The Meng clan only had one sect master-level elite, but other sect master-level forces even had 2 or 3 such existences. If that really happened, the Meng clan would be finished, and no one would pursue a small matter like Ling Han killing Meng Yangcheng. "I have to inform the clan immediately and make preparations," Tang Yen said seriously. Ling Han nodded. The Tang clan was a favored subject of the Meng clan empire, but it was also because of this that once the Meng clan fell from power, the Tang clan would also bear the brunt and suffer a huge blow. Tang Yen passed the news to the clan through the star web. As for what preparations the clan would make, it was beyond his reach. "What do we do now?" he asked Ling Han. Ling Han thought for a moment. "Let's find another place to hide first. We fought just now, and it's possible that we'll attract pursuers. As for the future, it'll depend on whether that Meng clan's venerable can survive this calamity. I still don't believe that the Shadow Moon Empire has the guts to actually dare to attack a venerable." Tang Yen was still rather dumbfounded. A venerable? What kind of powerful existence is that? With a single slap, even sect master-level elites would die in droves. Ling Han smiled, but didn't say anything. Even if the old emperor is heavily injured, and his battle prowess is greatly reduced, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even without his past strength, it's not difficult for him to kill his way out of the encirclement of sect master-level elites. Tang Yen was still analyzing, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was impossible. "Let's go. Won't we know after a few days?" Ling Han pulled Tang Yen and ran. The two of them continued to hide in another place to avoid the pursuers. However, half a day later, when they were resting with their eyes closed, they suddenly felt the world shake. What was going on? They came out of their hiding place, and saw light flashing in the distant sky. There was a figure that was indescribably tall. His entire body was emitting golden light, and he looked like a god. However, there was blood spurting out of his chest, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. This person was really big, probably not much smaller than Fu Jingxing. Around him, there were many smaller people attacking him. All kinds of magic treasures were unleashing their power, and every one of them seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Ling Han and Tang Yen were both smart people, and immediately guessed that the incredibly tall figure was the Meng clan's venerable, who was currently being attacked by the Shadow Moon Empire's people. The situation is very bad. Tang Yen frowned deeply. From his standpoint, he naturally did not want the Meng clan to fall. However, looking at the Meng clan's venerable, he was clearly heavily injured again, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Ling Han knew that the moment the Meng clan's venerable left the teleportation formation, he would definitely be hit by that fierce spear. He would definitely be hit, which was why he was bleeding non-stop. The problem now was, could the Meng clan's venerable kill his way out? Chapter 3808. With Ling Han's encouragement, Tang Yen pulled himself together. A clan's strength should not be built on relying on other forces, but on its own strength. The Tang clan also had a spirit transformation true lord. No matter where they were in the universe, this kind of strength was enough. In the future, I want to become a supremacy too and rule over a region, Tang Yen said with clenched fists. Ling Han was speechless. Why was this guy's ambition so small? But thinking about it again, an ancestral king only appeared once every 10 million years. This was eliminated first. Saints were also very rare. Within a star region, it was already not bad to have one in a million years. Thus, becoming a supremacy was more practical. Alright, you become a supremacy, and I become an ancestral king. Ling Han smiled. Tang Yen rolled his eyes. Why can you become an ancestral king while I can only become a supremacy? Didn't you say it yourself? Ling Han smiled. The two of them took the initiative and started to look for valuable things. When they were near the teleportation array, the two of them saw groups of soldiers passing through it. They should have gone to the Moonlight Planet. Tang Yan's expression was ugly. Ling Han nodded and was also very solemn. When war broke out, the ones who suffered the most were definitely the people at the bottom. To them, no matter which side won, it would be a catastrophe. Let's go. Ling Han put away his feelings. He could do nothing now, and the only thing he could work hard was to make himself stronger. They walked through the mines and went to the more dangerous primeval forests. They were chased by powerful demonic beasts, and they were also discovered by the patrolling Shadow Moon Empire's troops. A battle broke out. Half a month later, they all received the news. The Azure Dragon Empire was defeated and gone. Following the Shadow Moon Empire's large-scale invasion, the factions that originally belonged to the Azure Dragon Empire changed sides one by one. These were all cult masterclass factions, and even the Shadow Moon Empire didn't want to push them too far. Naturally, they had taken them in one by one. Once these experts rebelled, what was left of the Azure Dragon Empire? Meng Yonghua abdicated his position and left. The people of the Meng clan closed the imperial capital's defensive array formation and allowed the Shadow Moon Empire's army to enter, officially announcing their surrender. From then on, the Moonlight Planet was a subsidiary planet of the Shadow Moon Empire. At the same time, the Shadow Moon Empire also announced that Buddhism would be the national religion, and everyone must abide by the teachings of the Buddhist race. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. 30,000 years ago, the Buddha race wasn't able to enter the Azure Dragon Empire, but 30,000 years later, the Buddha race was still the victor. The Buddha race did not have a specific bloodline. It was not a surname that was passed down from generation to generation. Rather, it was a kind of faith. As long as they had the faith of Buddha, they would be part of the Buddha race. How frightening. At first glance, the Shadow Moon Empire seemed to belong to the Li clan, but in reality, everyone believed in Buddhism, and the Buddha clan was the true leader. Even the Li family had to act according to the teachings of the Buddhist race. Such an invasion was practically silent yet pervasive. Even if the Shadow Moon Empire was finished in the future, no matter which clan succeeded the throne, they would still be under the control of the Buddha clan. It had to be said that the Azure Dragon Empire's attack on the spread of the Buddha race was very foresight. Otherwise, after so many years, the entire Azure Dragon Empire, be it in terms of material or spirit, belonged to the Buddha race. It could be seen how terrifying the ancestral kings were. The Chang clan's Four Directions Thearchs established the Star Web, and it had the most profound influence to this day. Meanwhile, the teachings of the Buddha race had spread far and wide. There were countless people in the universe who believed in Buddhism, and their influence was unimaginable. After Ling Han thought for a moment, he came back to his senses. There was no meaning in thinking about these things. The key was strength. During these days, he had just refined the 3 cauldrons of his first immortal cauldron, and his improvement could be said to be rather shocking. This was because he and Tang Yuan had found a few stalks of immortal herbs. His body had elixir poison, and it was not suitable for him to consume elixirs. However, there was no problem with immortal herbs. It was a gift from heaven and earth, and it didn't have any side effects. Of course, if he were to consume immortal herbs directly, he wouldn't be able to fully bring out the medicinal effects. It would be a huge waste. However, there was no other way. Who asked Ling Han to not consume elixirs now? If it was a waste, then so be it. Time was the most precious thing. Following the destruction of the Azure Dragon Empire, Fu Jingxing's vigilance level also lowered. Everyone was a citizen of the Shadow Moon Empire, and there was naturally no need to fight against one's own citizens. The transportation formation was open to the public again, and one could use it as long as they paid the money. Ling Han and Tang Yen were eager to return. After disguising themselves, they went to the transportation formation and paid the transportation fee. Xiao, in a surge of white light, they quickly returned to Moonlight Planet and arrived at the Imperial City. The 2 of them first moved separately, both wanting to find their family members. Ling Han left the city, crossed many tall mountains and great rivers, and arrived in a forest. After walking for another 100 miles, a lake greeted him. Ling Han. The Empress, Hunyao, and the others all came out to welcome him. Ling Han also ran over with quick steps. His left hand hugged the Empress, and his right hand hugged Hunyao, and he kissed them hard on the lips. Kissing on the lips will make you pregnant. The 7 milk babies all covered their eyes. Smelly handsome, abducting someone's beautiful big sister. Tang Yun, mumbled very discontentedly as she licked her candy. What made Ling Han feel gratified was that the Empress and Hunyao's improvement was very obvious, and they were only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the extreme level. They settled down peacefully, staying far away from power. Changing from the Azure Dragon Empire to the Shadow Moon Empire was a huge change for those in power. Many people went from being high and mighty to ordinary overnight, but for ordinary people, there was not the slightest change. Their days would still go on as they should. Ling Han could still buy ingredients and sell alchemical pills through the star web. The Chang clan's status was aloof, and they were not affected in the slightest. What surprised Ling Han was that some people actually managed to turn things around. Those people from the hostage palace all ran out now, and people like Lu Xuanyu, Zhao Shao, and the others all had forces at the level of spirit transformation, true monarch or even sect master behind them. Once the Meng clan fell, they naturally became arrogant, and began to look everywhere for Ling Han, wanting to kill him and take revenge for that day. Ling Han naturally did not take such a minor character to heart, but a few clowns dared to be so arrogant. Ling Han planned to kill them if he had the chance, so that they would not grumble anymore. Days passed, and Ling Han's cultivation also increased day by day. There was another piece of good news, and that was that the alchemical poison in his body was almost completely dispersed. Afterwards, he could take alchemical pills to cultivate again, allowing the increase of his cultivation level to grow wings. 3 months passed, and he could finally be considered to have cultivated to the Heaven Cauldron. The 2 celestial cauldrons had already formed 3 complete legs, and the 3rd celestial cauldron had also grown a leg. It was at this moment that a big piece of news suddenly spread out on the star web. The 9-Sun Holy Land, after closing its doors for 20,000 years, planned to open its doors and recruit disciples. All of a sudden, the whole galaxy was shaken. The 9-Sun Holy Land naturally had a saint before, otherwise, how could it be called a holy land? And that 9-Sun saint back then was an incomparably ferocious person. When he was young, he could be said to be invincible among his peers, and he once had the possibility of becoming an ancestral king. However, in the end, he failed at the last step, and he lost to ancestral King Ling Tian. Reading on the mobile phone is more refreshing. Chapter 3809. It was said that the Nine-Sun Saint and the young Ling Tian ancestral king had fought countless times. They were old enemies and rivals, and both had victories and defeats. From this, one could see how powerful the Nine-Sun Saint was back then. Even the ancestral king couldn't suppress him. However, the Nine-Sun Saint's cultivation technique was too fierce, leaving him with too many Dao injuries when he was young. That was why he lost to Ling Tian ancestral king on the road to becoming an emperor and could only become a sage. The Nine-Sun Saint kept a low profile in his later years, but it was said that he created an extremely powerful technique and even simulated an emperor technique. Now, the Nine-Sun Holy Land reopened its doors to recruit disciples. Not to mention ordinary people, even the descendants of the emperor clans were eager to try. Of course, not everyone could enter the Nine-Sun Holy Land. First was the registration qualification. One only had to fulfill one of the following 3 conditions. First, the star web's top 10,000. Second, the innate divine body. Third, the grade of the Immortal Foundation and Immortal Cauldron must reach the gold grade. Yes, there was a hidden requirement for the registration. It was only for foundation building and caste tripod tier cultivators. Ling Han didn't have the innate divine body, but he met the first and third conditions. The problem was that he didn't want to expose the secret that he was the strongest person in the universe. Moreover, his Immortal Cauldron was obviously of a higher grade than the gold grade, but in the eyes of others, it looked like it was made of stone. How could he solve this? Ling Han looked at it. The Nine-Sun Holy Land would reopen for 10 years, and there would be a screening every year. After 10 years, the mountain would close again. Fortunately, there was still a lot of time. Ling Han planned to make a trip back to Heavenly Sea Star. Since he had already entered the Cauldron Forging realm, and the Azure Dragon Empire was no longer restricting his freedom, it was time for him to search for the second trial that Saint Guiyang had set up. Although the Turbid Heaven scripture wasn't weak, it was still inferior to a sage technique. Of course, if possible, Ling Han also wanted to cultivate the Great Emperor scripture. With regards to Ling Han's decision, the Empress and Hunyo naturally supported it wholeheartedly. Thus, they boarded the flying shuttle and headed to Heavenly Sea Star. Ling Han contacted Lin Luo and the others. They naturally saw the notice from the Nine-Sun Sacred Ground and decided to set off in a few days. Of course, Ling Han believed in the strength and talent of Lin Luo and the others. Therefore, after he finished the second trial site of Saint Guiyang, he went to meet Lin Luo and the others. Tang Yun had also finally entered the foundation establishment stage, and her control of the shuttle had greatly improved. Therefore, it only took a month for them to return to Heavenly Sea Star. Originally, Sky Sea Star was affiliated to the Azure Dragon Empire. Now that the Meng clan had fallen, it naturally submitted to the Shadow Moon Empire. As soon as Ling Han and the others entered a city, they saw a tall building rising from the ground. It was erected in the center of the city, but it was not yet completed. This was a Buddhist temple. It was said that in the future, there would be monks of the Buddhist race living here to spread the teachings of the Buddhist race. The invasion of the Buddha race had begun. This wasn't conquering a person on the physical level, but on the spiritual level. Without a doubt, this was even more terrifying. Ling Han ignored him. They found an inn and stayed there for the time being. He wanted to find out where the second trial site was. On Heavenly Sea Star, it was impossible to buy a map that corresponded to the exact location because the Heavenly Sea Star had long been destroyed. Ling Han could only search for the slightest clue, and then compare them. He hoped that the entrance to the second trial site was still on Heavenly Sea Star. If it was broken into pieces and flew to some corner of the universe, it would be over. Fortunately, the entrance was really on Heavenly Sea Star. After comparing the ancient map for 3 days, Ling Han finally found the place. Let's go. He took the girls, the big black dog, and perverted pig to the destination. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at their destination. However, the world had changed. So many years had passed, and the entrance to the land of inheritance had long since been buried underground. A town had been built here, and the location of the entrance that Ling Han was looking for was right under the wealthiest household in the town. If he wanted to enter the inheritance site, he would have to demolish this family first. If Ling Han was an evil tyrant, then he would directly demolish the house. However, firstly, he was not that kind of person, and secondly, he did not want to cause a huge commotion. Thus, he decided to buy this manor house that occupied a considerable amount of land. He came to visit, revealed a slight aura of a strong cultivator, and was immediately welcomed in. "May I ask for your name, young hero?" The head of this family was a middle-aged man in his 40s, surnamed Lu, called Lu Gaoxi. Behind him was a young man in yellow, who turned out to be at the Foundation establishment realm. One had to know that the martial art of Heavenly Sea Star could be said to have started from scratch. Now, he actually saw a Foundation establishment realm cultivator in a small town, which was naturally unusual. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "My name is Han Lin. It turns out to be young hero Han, please come in." Lu Gaoxi was very enthusiastic. After inviting Ling Han into the living room, he introduced him to the young man in yellow next to him. "This is my son, Lu Menglin. He is a disciple of the archaic sect." Archaic sect. Ling Han glanced at the young man in yellow and nodded. However, Lu Menglin was extremely arrogant. In his opinion, he was the descendant of one of the 5 spirit transformation realm forces on Heavenly Sea Star. Naturally, he was superior and had a strong sense of superiority. He ignored Ling Han, and minded his own business as he sat down. Lu Gaoxi was a little embarrassed, but his son was too strong and he couldn't do anything about it. He could only say to Ling Han, "Young hero Han, I wonder what brings you here today." Ling Han smiled. "I want to ask the head of the Lu family to do me a favor and sell this mansion to me." Haha. Before Lu Gaoxi could speak, Lu Menglin sneered. He looked at Ling Han with disdain. "This is the ancestral land of the Lu family, not for sale." Of course, Lu Gaoxi didn't want to sell it, but he would never offend people like Lu Menglin. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If Ling Han were to go berserk, would his son be able to stop him? Ling Han was naturally a little unhappy. "I'm discussing it with you nicely. Even if you don't agree, there's no need to be so vicious." This young man was obviously used to having a smooth life, so he was arrogant and spoke without restraint. Ling Han was too lazy to bother with this kind of person, and said, "I'll pay 200 Dao stones." "Really?" Lu Menglin did not wait for Ling Han to finish speaking. He had already stood up, his eyes shining. 200 Dao stones, this was an astonishing amount of wealth. His talent was very high, and he could be considered a successor disciple in the archaic sect. However, he could only receive 2 Dao stones every month. With this comparison, one could tell how valuable 200 Dao stones were. "Sell it." Lu Menglin seemed to be afraid that Ling Han would regret it and immediately made a decision. Lu Gaoxi, who was the one who was so disdainful just now and said that the ancestral land was not for sale. However, all of the hopes of the Lu family were placed on Lu Menglin. Therefore, Lu Gaoxi would not go against him and slowly nodded his head. "Give us 3 days to move," Lu Menglin said, but he was sneering in his heart. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.